Hi, everyone. Just wanted to let you know that the meeting may start just a couple minutes late. They have just finished up the tour and are on their way back to the office and to their homes. For those who are just joining us, the meeting will start in a few minutes. Everybody is just getting back to the office and to their houses to log on. So it should be just a couple minutes. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. This is Brandon Swanson, the Director for Community Planning and Building here in the city. I just want to let you know the planning commissioners are on their way back from our tour of inspection. It went a bit longer today than we expected, but we will be starting the meeting shortly. So everyone just stand by. We appreciate your patience. Thank you.
We will be starting shortly. We're just waiting for the rest of the planning commissioners to show up. Okay, I believe all the commissioners are here now. Margie, you want to, I think I see Commissioner Bolton isn't going to be joining us tonight, so I believe everybody else is here. So that being the case, I'm going to call the regular meeting of the Carmel-by-the-Sea Planning Commission for Wednesday, January 12th to order. Can we have a roll call, please?
Yes, Commissioner Bolton's absent. Commissioner Delves? Commissioner Lehman?
Here.
Commissioner Locke?
Here.
Chair LePage?
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time on our agenda, we have the public appearances. Members of the public may address of public concern. Any item that they speak about tonight will not be on our agenda, may not receive comment, but it may be agendized at a later date. So anyone from the public that would like to address the Planning Commission on any items of municipal concern can do so at this time. And these are items which are not on our agenda tonight.
I have something.
Is this Kevin?
Yeah, so
Okay,
Kevin
you have the
D'Angelo.
floor.
Yeah, so I wanted to talk about lighting. I see it is kind of agendized, which I'm happy to see.
You want to wait and make your comments when we have the dark sky report, or is there something else you think that's kind of not covered by that?
It's kind of anecdotal stories about how lighting is getting handled. So I'd like to go now, if that's okay.
That's fine. That's fine. Go ahead.
Okay. So I have two anecdotal stories. As you know, maybe there's been 3 houses under construction next door, across the street, and across the street. And 2 down, 1 to go. So let's talk about the next door story first. None of the Planning Commission approved light fixtures were installed. One was pointing up, and I had to talk to the planner to get it fixed. So this tells me that exterior light fixture changes are getting over-the-counter approval, and I'm wondering if we can tighten that up a bit. And something to be aware of. Then the final approval happened, and all the light bulbs were super bright, and they were on all the time. When the new owners showed up, they were appalled, and they fixed the bulbs, thankfully, and you know, great neighbors. So that's one story. The other one is the house across the street. So exterior lights now have to have a photocell sensor, so they're not on during the day to save power. So they only turn on when it's dark. And so the house had these exterior lights on all night, and it turns out they didn't have an on-off switch. So they were just going to be on all the time. So I talked to the electrician when I saw him, and he was super dismissive about Carmel's lighting culture. But fortunately, the builder understood, and they installed an on-off switch after I had to complain. And so now I don't have this empty house with the lights on all the time. So I'm happy there. I will say about the dark skyness that Carmel has a long way to go. I hope that you take some actions to kind of, move us in that direction. One way would be, to have remodel projects fix their exterior lighting. But the bright lights are everywhere and people seem to leave them on a lot. And maybe there's more people in Carmel now. The lights are now kind of generally so much brighter that my neighbor sleeps with a mask on.
Audio. There you are. You're back.
Oh, did you miss the whole
We
thing?
lost your audio there for a few seconds.
Oh, okay. So I just said that the neighbor has to sleep with a mask on, because there's always some light on somewhere. So we could go a long way to getting our dark sky status if we did some code enforcement. So that's what I wanted to bring up. I appreciate the time.
All right, thank you, Kevin. Okay, is there anyone else from the public that would like to address the Planning Commission at this time about municipal concerns which are not on our agenda tonight? I don't see any hands going up. You see somebody? Anybody see anybody there?
Right here at the top.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No worries. No
In
worries.
front of my face. Okay,
It's
I
awkward.
can't see your name. All I see is JC.
Oh, John Oglesby.
Okay, all right,
I'll leave it
John, you have our attention for at least 3 minutes.
I was just going to second Kevin's comments on that. I mean, lighting has not been enforced for quite some time. And, the newer houses that have come in and put down the dark skies lighting that conceal the heat of the bulb and go straight down seem to work just fine. But just on San Carlos, there are many houses that are just brightest bulbs they can find, and here you go. And things that have been final within, the last, 5-7 years or so. Lately, at least the two that were built across from me recently do have the correct fixtures on them. So anyway, that's my comment. I won't take any more of your time.
Seems like perhaps Chair LePage's video and audio might be frozen. I think it was freezing before too. Mr. Chair, are you there?
Yeah, I think maybe my connection is kind of going in and out. Go ahead, John.
I think he
Did he
finished
finish his comments?
He did.
Okay, all right, thank you. I apologize. Sometimes internet connection can be a little spotty. All right, is there anyone else from the public that would like to address the Planning Commission regarding matters of municipal concern which are not on our agenda tonight? Anybody see any hands going up that I don't see? I don't see any.
I don't see any, Mr. Chair.
You don't see any, Brandon?
I don't see any, no.
Okay, all right. In that case, we'll move on to the next item on our agenda tonight, which is announcements. Are there any announcements from the public, the staff, the director, or the commissioners? Don't see any hands going up. Don't hear anybody. So I will assume there are no announcements. So we'll move on to our next item on the agenda, which is the consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda are routine in nature and do not require discussion or independent action. Members of the commission or the public may ask any item to be considered individually for purposes of commission discussion or public comment. Unless that is done, one motion may be used to adopt all the recommended actions. So we have two items on the consent agenda tonight. We have the minutes, the Planning Commission minutes from our December 8th, 2021 regular meeting. And we have the monthly report. I think that's the staff report regarding the building permit. Is that correct, Brandon?
That's correct, yes. Yep.
Okay. So would anybody from the public or any of the commissioners like any of those items pulled for comment, or are there any questions about any of those items? This would be the time to speak up if you have any questions or would like any of those items pulled. Okay, I don't hear anybody. I don't see any hands going up. So in that case, I will make a motion that we accept items 1 and 2 on the consent agenda. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to accept the consent agenda as per the agenda tonight, items 1 and 2. With no further discussion, can we have roll call, please?
Yes, Commissioner Delves,
Yes.
Commissioner Lehman,
Yes.
Commissioner Locke,
Yes.
Chair LePage.
Yes,
Thank you.
the motion's carried. Okay, the next item on our agenda tonight are orders of business. We have 2 items. The first item is to receive a report and provide direction on whether to hold another public hearing on the 16 pre-approved locations for bench dedications along Scenic Road pedestrian path that were approved by the Planning Commission at the October 13th, 2021 meeting. We have the staff report, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Brandon Swanson with the Community Planning and Building Department. Just to confirm, can you see it in full screen? There's not a bunch of black space around it, the presentation? We good?
There's a black space.
Okay.
I guess that's a full screen.
Yeah, there we go. That better?
Yeah,
That's fine.
now we have side by side.
No.
Okay. Yeah, I've got 2 screens, so there you go. All right. So here to present, as the chair mentioned, a report and just to get some feedback, direction from the Planning Commission about a previous decision. Just to run through some history here, on July 14th, the Planning Commission considered a single bench application, as is per required by the city's adopted bench dedication policy, was adopted by the City Council. At that hearing, the commission felt the single location was not appropriate due to safety concerns, and directed staff to do a study of the pathway and come back with the option to consider the entire pathway at once and pre-approve a certain number, however many was appropriate, pre-approve a certain number of bench locations that then could be applied for and approved at the staff level. On October 13th, staff returned to the Planning Commission with that study in hand. This included a site tour with the Planning Commission. 13 locations were recommended by staff. Ultimately, the Planning Commission approved 16. There was 3 additional locations that were added to the southern end of the extent of the pathway. There was limited public testimony. There was public participation, however, it was pretty limited. There was no appeal filed. Obviously, as we all know, decisions of the Planning Commission are appealable. That period ended October 27th. After the appeal period ended, there were concerns that received, most notably and first was a letter from Carmel Cares expressing concerns about the number of benches, the fact that they were not personally contacted. They did receive notice, however, were unable to attend that Planning Commission meeting. And subsequent to that, there were additional letters of concern received about the number of benches, overcrowding the pathway. And so in an effort to ensure public participation at the highest level, staff made the decision to start a conversation and go through the Forest and Beach Commission first, who does provide feedback on areas and the waterfront. It's worth noting that the board adopted, or the City Council adopted policy calls out the Planning Commission as the appropriate authority. So there is a separate policy specifically for benches and furniture in the right-of-way. And historically, the Planning Commission has made decisions on the benches. There has not historically been consultation by the Forest and Beach Commission. However, with that said, staff did feel that it was appropriate to go and get feedback from the Forest and Beach Commission, give the public an opportunity to weigh in and bring that recommendation or those thoughts to the Planning Commission. As I mentioned in the staff report, this is a little irregular, but I do think it's in the best interest of the public to give one more opportunity for conversation and ultimately give the Planning Commission the opportunity to decide if they'd like to reopen that decision or let it stand. So from the Forest and Beach Commission, you can see on the slide here, there were some comments that they asked me to bring forward. Generally that 16 benches are too many, that there should have been that bigger public outreach prior to the Planning Commission decision, that they felt the pathway would be turning into more of a memorial rather than a scenic walkway. There was concerns about overcrowding, bottlenecks, safety issues with not enough room for people to bail off of the pathway essentially. and that there was no justifiable need for 16 benches, meaning that there's enough benches for as many people as want to sit down there at any time of day. So those were the comments that the Forest and Beach Commission, and many of those comments were echoed from the Carmel Cares letter and the additional letters. It is also worth noting that there were correspondences received that have been passed along to you that are in support of the benches that were approved by the Planning Commission. But again, that's why we're doing this, to make sure everyone can have their voices heard. So what we're here for today, as I mentioned, is a little irregular. So today's meeting is not a decision of whether or not to overturn the decision to change the number of benches. Today's meeting is simply a conversation and the Planning Commission having an opportunity to direct staff to agendize a future item where it would be properly noticed and everyone would have an opportunity to come and have a conversation. The Planning Commission having an opportunity to say, we would like this to come back as a public hearing item. So if the Planning Commission wishes, staff will agendize it for a near future meeting, and you can reconsider the 16 benches that were approved. That's one option. Or the Planning Commission, after hearing testimony and reading all the correspondences today, can decide to let your decision stand. There was nothing done that was illegal or outside of the requirements of code. Everything was done above board. But as I mentioned, this is an effort to give those that felt they didn't have an opportunity to voice their concerns the first time around an option to speak with the commission. So just really quickly, I'm going to run back through, and you've seen this before, it's the same presentation, but this is the study that was done and that we walked with the Planning Commission back at the previous hearing. In red are the existing locations, in blue are the proposed locations. There's 37 existing benches, and originally staff was proposing 13 benches. This is what we call a heat map, and you can see the density of benches where they exist right now. The blue dots are the proposed location. The high intensity colors, the yellows and the reds, are where the benches are concentrated. If you recall, the rationale for staff's recommendation was to put benches where there already are benches in the same location so that you're not cluttering up areas that are free and open already of bench locations. There are 3 predominant bench styles down along the pathway, shown here, styles 1, 2, and 3. You have a backless redwood bench, a redwood bench with a backrest, and a more natural looking half log on stone pillars. And so the concept with noting the styles was that on top of putting them near existing benches, it would also be predetermined what the style of bench would be so that there was no conflict with the style of bench that existed in the location. I'll run through these relatively quickly. They're broken up into segments along the pathway starting on the north end. Areas 1, 2, 3, and 4 here are shown in the call out. 1 and 2 are on the east side of the pathway. 3 is on the west side of the pathway near existing benches, and 4 again is on the east side of the pathway in another median. Areas 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 in this call out shown. 5, 6, and 7 are in a median on the east side of the pathway. 8 is on the west side of the pathway near the fence, and 9 is on the east side of the pathway. Some of the concerns expressed about these benches on the east side of the pathway is that they would possibly limit the ability to do additional landscaping and generate additional erosion of these slightly elevated hills, or require some level of excavation, a foot, half a foot to get the bench down so you're not walking up a little hill. But as previously mentioned at the meeting, we did coordinate with the public works staff. There's no utilities that would be damaged by installing these benches. South of 12th, we've got locations 10, 11, 12, and 13. Number 10 is on the east side of the pathway. Number 11 is on the west side. 12 is on the west side, and 13 is on the east side. And if you recall, 14, 15, and 16 were just after number 13 here. So if you keep going down the pathway in a southerly direction, they're in this general location, just filling in the gaps between the boulders and the trees. Those were the 3 locations that were added by the Planning Commission after doing the site tour. So in total, it left us with 16. So as I mentioned before, again, a little bit irregular, but I think also very important to give the public an opportunity. So we're looking for feedback on whether to leave the previous decision of the Planning Commission in place or to agendize a future meeting to reopen the public hearing on the 16 recently approved benches along the scenic road pedestrian path. That concludes my presentation, and I am available for questions.
Brandon, I have a couple of procedural questions. It's my understanding that to bring an item back after a decision is made, it only requires 2 planning commissioners who previously voted for that, supported that. Is that correct?
That is an excellent question. I was under the impression that it had to be a majority vote of the commission to bring that back. I can look at your rules of procedure while we're taking public comment, and I can get back to you on that.
Okay, and I had one other question. So tonight, if the planning commission wants to make a motion to do this, would that be a procedurally correct way to handle this?
Correct. And it would be, we don't need a resolution or anything. It would just be
You just need a motion.
a motion and a vote. That's correct.
Okay. Would you check on that when you have a chance about the?
I will work on that right now.
If you have time.
I will.
We can certainly handle it with a motion and then just a regular vote.
Yeah.
I'm totally open to that. Okay. The other question while I have you, did that density map, was that just the proposed 16 or does that include all the benches?
So let me put it back up and I'll show you. That's a great question.
I wasn't quite sure about that.
That's okay. So we'll go back. Whoops. Okay, hopefully you can see that. Can you see that okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so the blue dots here are the proposed location. All of the colors are representing where the concentration of existing benches are. So for example, this yellow splotch right here, if you look on the, this is a higher density area.
Yeah.
So this yellow splotch is where there's a high concentration of existing benches. Same thing up here, the yellow splotches and the dark red splotches indicate a higher concentration
All right.
of
Okay.
existing benches.
So all the benches are, all that data is in this particular density model.
That's correct. Yeah, the blue dots are proposed.
So when we see high density, that includes proposed and existing.
The density map is only the existing benches. So the blue dots, this is, if you look at where the blue dots are proposed.
All right.
Yeah, we tried to propose the new benches in areas of high density already.
So you didn't, when you ran your.
I think you froze on us again, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Give him a second to let his internet catch up. Might have lost.
Brandon, why don't we open it up to the public?
Gail, before we do, I have a question.
I'm in here. I'm back
Oh,
now.
here we go.
Sorry about that. I've got
good.
my internet connection is a little unstable. So
Yeah, Mr. Chair, what you might want to do, I know we all love seeing your smiling face, but if you turn off your video, that might actually help with your bandwidth a little
okay,
bit.
then I won't have as much data.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. My dense. Okay. All right. Hopefully that helps. All right. So would any other of the commissioners have Commissioner Locke? Go ahead.
Yeah, I have 2 questions for Brandon. Brandon, this item, when it was heard on October 13th, was not a public hearing. It was an order of business. Is that correct?
That's the section of our agenda that it went into. The entire planning commission is a public hearing, so it was noticed. We went through the noticing process and everything, like it was a public hearing. But yeah, it was under the order of business section of our agenda.
Okay, so were notices posted down at the beach?
The notices were not posted on site. They were delivered to the area around
Okay.
the pathway.
And then my second question was, when the Forest and Beach Commission reviewed our decision, did they do a site visit?
There was not a site tour when the Forest and Beach Commission went there.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I have one question, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
I don't think it'll go. Anyway, do we have, Brandon, the option to vacate the previous decision without a future public hearing?
No, we would have to agendize that and notice it.
Okay, no, just to clarify, thank you.
Thank you. Yep.
Okay, any other questions for Brandon?
No, I don't have anything.
All right, okay, then I'm gonna open it up to the public for their comments. Comments from the public will be limited to 3 minutes. So who would like to begin? I'm sure we have some. John, you've got your hand up, go ahead.
He needs to unmute,
John.
yeah.
Mr. Chair, at this point, I see 2 hands raised. I see
Yeah, okay.
Shirley has her hand up.
Okay, John, you need to unmute, but I'm gonna, while you're doing that, I'm gonna call.
Oh, he just did.
Oh, there he goes. Okay, John, go ahead.
Yeah, my name is John Wolf. I'm on the board of the Carmel Residents Association. And at our regular monthly meeting on Monday, we passed a motion that rejecting the approval of the 16 pre-approved locations for benches on the scenic road pedestrian path. We would also obviously support putting it on the agenda for a future hearing.
Okay, thank you, John. Is that all your comments? I'm gonna call on Shirley next. That's all I can see on the screen as far as a name. Can you unmute there, Shirley? There you go.
Got it. My name is Shirley Moon. I'm a Carmel Cares volunteer for the Scenic Pathway Restoration Project. I would like to thank the Director of Planning, Brandon Swanson, and the Planning Commission for being willing to place this on your agenda for consideration. The Director of Planning stated very eloquently in his presentation to the Forest and Beach Commission that it's important that the community feels like, quote, something is done for them, not to them, end quote. He stated that in this process, he missed key stakeholders along the way, and he wanted to take ownership of missteps. He was forthright by his saying he was, quote, trying to right the ship, end quote. I believe that the community and the long-term design of Scenic Pathway would greatly benefit by holding a second public hearing on the issue of additional bench installations and locations. This is an opportunity to evaluate the actual need for more benches, which was totally omitted from the report provided to you and is a required component to be considered. This is an opportunity to respect the Forest and Beach Commission by recognizing the significance of their input. This is an opportunity to go beyond the by-the-book noticing procedures so that the community truly has a voice in this important decision that has permanent consequences. This very unique asset should merit a higher level of procedure than normal. This is an opportunity to install mock-up benches in the identified locations so that everyone can see the real impact of the locations being considered and how those locations impact pedestrian flow, erosion control, maintenance, and future renovation plans. This is an opportunity to speak to the original project manager to understand the history of the pathway and obtain his invaluable guidance on this very specific subject. This is an opportunity to ask for updated bench dedication guidelines to follow rather than the ones that are 16 years old and incomplete. This is an opportunity to revisit the question, do we want to permanently alter the pathway because of requests for dedicated benches, or should we consider how many benches are really needed and then have dedicated benches fill that need? Since no applicants have been notified that their bench dedication has been approved, I hope that you will take this opportunity to do the right thing and right this ship. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moon. Dale, do you want to go next?
Oh, I think you have Brian Sowers.
I'll go, that's fine.
Yeah, go ahead, Dale.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. First, I'd like to thank Brandon and his team for working expeditiously with us, Carmel Cares, last year. It was a very productive year. We're very excited about what we accomplished working with Public Works and other constituents in town. And we invested a lot. That'll be showing up in a future city council meeting when you accept our donations. I might add that Shirley was a little bit saying that she's a volunteer is a little bit light. She's pretty much like I am, working full time, and she's dedicated 100% to the scenic pathway and to the pickup posse. And I think we all owe her a debt of gratitude for her work there. She's also knows a lot, probably more than anybody else in town, because she's invested a lot of time in researching the original plans, all modifications to those plans, suggested modifications to those plans. She's met with the builders of the pathway extensively, and she's also has the fellow who built the stairways on the pathway on our team. So we have a lot of good plans this year. We'll be coming back to you with some of them, but let me just cover a couple points. I think Shirley talked about need, and it's really need means 10 people show up at a planning commission meeting or a Forest and Beast commission and say, I'm trying to sit down and watch the sunset and there's no place to sit. I want to read a book at 10 o'clock and there are no benches to sit on. I mean, that's need. Need isn't, I want to have something in honor of my grandfather. So I think Shirley made that point, but I think it's an important point. And even then, when there's need, the need changes. If you put a bench in, then you need to go evaluate what's the need now. And I think that it's pretty difficult to do that if you say we're going to pick 16 all at once. I understand the reason for it because I know how busy everybody is. And I've worked with the staff and it's amazing all the work that they get done, but some things probably just expeditiously might not work. The other thing is it's 13 is different than 16, and it was noticed for 13, and it was noticed on a Friday at 3 o'clock. We typically, and some other people who are concerned about the forest and the beach, don't go to the planning commission meetings necessarily because constituents like Carmel Residents Association, Carroll Halls, Preservation Society. I mean, there are other people in town that do that. We've got our hands full covering all the open spaces in town now and doing all the maintenance on it. So sometimes maybe we should, but we just don't have time. We have other things, personal things that we have to deal with. And there is a pandemic going on as well. So in noticing one bench at 3 o'clock on a Friday before the Wednesday meeting, maybe that's okay. But noticing 16 that way, I lived a couple hundred feet from Scenic Pathway on 13th, and I did not get a notice. I had no idea this was going on. I had zero idea. Shirley had no idea. And unfortunately, we attended several other meetings, the Forest and Beach, City Council, and so on that week, and we just were tapped out. And I think having 17 letters and Forest and Beach Commission unanimously against this should speak pretty clearly. But thank you again for letting us come back and present our case.
Thank you, Dale. Brian, you have the floor for 3 minutes.
Yeah, I just wanted to again, be a representative of Forest and Beach here. I'm also a volunteer with the Pathway group that does our Wednesday work down there. So I personally have seen all the benches there and got a viewpoint into where the additional benches were going to be put in there. And again, my personal opinion is it's way too many and I don't see the need, but I appreciate the comeback on this to you. As a commission, I think the Forest and Beach Commission wants to be more involved in things specifically in the Forest and Beach. And I think at times we haven't been, and I think we're trying to get more actively involved. And Bob, we've let Bob know at Public Works that we really want to be more involved in these decisions that are wrapped around the Forest and Beach. I think we're very wrapped around forest issues, but don't necessarily get involved in the beach as much as we would like to be. So I appreciate this coming back to you guys. I'm hoping that we'll get the opportunity to have the residents have a more active participation in this. I think it really, it has a lot of impact to that asset down at the beach, as much as the lighting is, as much as the cell towers and a lot of the other things that I think the residents are actively want to be involved in. And so I'm hoping that they'll get that opportunity with another agenda item for this. I appreciate your support on this and look forward to a future meeting. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Brian. Cindy Lloyd, do you want to make your comments at this time?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
We can.
Great. Thank you, Chairman LePage and Commission members. My name is Cindy Lloyd. I would like to acknowledge the thorough and well-intentioned plan for additional benches along the Beach Bluff pathway, prepared by the Planning Department and presented by Director Brandon Swanson. It is impressive. I preface my remarks with an explanation of 2 benches on the point overlooking the beach, the point at the foot of Santa Lucia. They are dedicated to my parents, Frank and Marjorie Lloyd. We Lloyd family members neither requested nor financed them. My dad's bench was placed by the City Council for his years of passionate efforts on behalf of Carmel. He was Mayor Pro Tem when he died. My mom's bench was a project of Carmel heritage in appreciation of her years of service to maintain the historic accuracy of Carmel when editor of the Pine Cone and during her tenure on the board of Carmel Heritage. Prior to the creation of the Beach Bluff Pathway, we walked along Scenic Road dodging cars driven both ways. The late Mayor Jean Grace led a celebratory gathering of citizens opening the pathway so that walkers could travel in safety. It meant those in wheelchairs, using walkers, kids in strollers, and the less steady pedestrians could safely enjoy the views of beach and ocean. The proliferation of benches has changed from honoring those who cared for and served Carmel to anyone with enough money to fund one. I urge you to request the Planning Department to revise their plan with input from the Forest and Beach Commission and Carmel Cares, the volunteer group that has been maintaining the pathway for many months. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. Is there anyone else from the public that would like to address the Planning Commission on this item? Okay, I see
Star
Teresa?
6, yeah, star 6
Teresa.
on your phone.
Teresa, go ahead.
Okay. Can you see me via Zoom?
Yeah, we got you. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Okay. Hi, my name's Teresa Tella, and I'm here in support of the Planning Commission upholding their October 13th decision to add the 16 new benches. I've submitted letters which go into more detail. I'll just do a few highlights this evening. Putting the numbers in perspective. Yes, 16 benches sounds like a lot, but if you would take that the average length is about 6 feet, 6 by 96 by 16 would equal 96 feet. The 16 benches would only take up less than 3% of the existing pathway. 97% would remain the same, untouched, and open for projects with landscaping and flower projects. In addition, in terms of the plaques, the dedication plaques, this is the size. They're 1 1/4 inches by 3 3/4 inches. Many of the ones on the benches currently have this beautiful patina from the sea air. They're very small, they're unobtrusive, and often hold an inspiring quote that's uplifting and which celebrates life. I know I find the plaques morose. It's kind of fun to look and see what little treasures there are. So, and you actually do have to kind of get down to look to see where they are. I do believe there is a demonstrated need for more benches with panoramic views of the ocean that are accessible for people of all abilities. Many of the current benches aren't the recommended height of 17 to 19 inches to provide optimal accessibility. In the spirit of inclusivity and diversity, the specifications on the additional 16 benches could be designed in a way that would meet those ADA guidelines. Another issue I wanted to bring up was that on the Carmel Cares website, they do mention, get to know your city government. We can't take sides, but want you to know how to. In addition, it states, as a 501c3, we cannot get involved in taking sides on issues and candidates. Yet the Carmel Cares November 29th letter to the city requested the Planning Commission basically to reverse, pause, and thoroughly review the decision. So I just would appreciate if the commission would address that issue. Yes, and also address the issue of the wisdom of and ramifications of setting precedent for citizens and organizations to bypass public hearings and official appeals processes once a decision has been finalized. Carmel and CARES has done wonderful, beautiful work, I think, volunteers myself. I do think there's room for compromise. It can be a both and, not an either or. I think that Carmel CARES could work with the city in terms of beautifying each of the spaces. So my hope is that, anyway, this.
Okay, thank you, Teresa. I appreciate your comments.
Sure.
All right, is there anyone else that would like to address the Planning Commission on this matter? Don't see any hands going up. Okay, I'm going to close public comments. Oh, Frankie, you want to speak? Go ahead. Just you need to unmute. You need to unmute there at the bottom. There you go. Okay.
Okay. I just wanted to add a brief statement about the Carmel Residents Association Board of Directors also would advocate for and support making one or two of the existing benches ADA accessible. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Frankie. Okay. All right. Anybody else would like to address the Planning Commission? Okay, I don't see any hands going up or anybody raising their hand. If you're on the phone, I believe it was *6. Is that correct, Brandon?
That's correct. If you're on a mobile phone, *6 will unmute you.
Then we can hear you.
Or if you want to try to raise your hand on your phone, you can hit *9 and that'll raise your hand.
Okay.
We can see that, but I'm not seeing anyone.
Yeah, I don't see anyone here. Okay, I'm going to close the public comments, open it up to the commissioners.
Mr. Chair, before you take it back to the commission, would it be all right if staff gave?
Absolutely, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify something that was mentioned during public comment, the noticing period. So I think what Mr. Byrne was referencing was the agenda that went out on Friday. The actual notice did go out in the newspaper. So public notice and the agenda are two different things. The agenda contains the items and how you get on the meeting. The notice itself was in the newspaper and distributed via mail to the radius around the pathway. So I just want to clarify that for the commission and everyone else in the public.
And for just the public's information, noticing, I believe it has to take place, so 10 working days prior, is that correct?
At least 10 days prior, that's correct, sir.
Nice car.
Okay. I know there's a lot of confusion about that. Okay, at this time, we're going to have the commissioners make their comments.
I think he's frozen again.
I believe you might have frozen at the very end there, Mr. Chair, but I think you were saying you would like to hear from the commissioners now at this point.
That was what I heard.
Yeah. Well, I would suggest perhaps that we start then, because I do believe that's what the chair was saying. It looks like he's fallen off, but he'll jump back on. So Commissioner Lehman, I believe you're vice chair.
I apologize. I guess my internet connection. Mr. Lehman, I don't know if you began or.
No, I haven't, but I will.
All right, thank you.
Okay. I'd like to first thank Brandon for all his service. And the staff. I was unhappy reading a lot of the letters that came in to us because the tone I felt was unnecessarily harsh. And I am happy that the public weighed in, but I wish they would realize how hard the staff works and how hard the director is working. with the disadvantage of the virus over the last couple of years. In further defense of the staff, I'd like to note that the planning staff did notice properly. It was in the Pine Cone, as it is for every meeting, at least 10 days before the meeting. And it was certainly transparent. It was posted per usual, the agenda in 3 places, in front of City Hall, in the post office, and on the city website. So I'm concerned about the inference that this was something that was pulled over people's eyes, that the Planning Commission and the Planning Department did something that was incorrect, and it certainly wasn't. I am glad that there is this much emotion about this, because I'm certainly of a mind to always listen to the citizens, because I think it's relevant, and I'm always willing to look for a compromise situation. But I have something further I wanted to bring up. I do appreciate the work that Carmel Cares is doing, but I am questioning why we are dependent upon citizens for cleanup. Isn't this cleanup something that the city maintenance workers should be responsible for? And they keep bringing up cigarette butts, that cigarette butts are a problem. They're under the benches and they have to pull them out. And perhaps we need to acknowledge that there are people that are smoking, and we should have some no smoking signs, because it is a public park where you're not supposed to be smoking. And take some flower pots, fill them with sand so they have a place to put their cigarette butts into. There are ways that we can eliminate some of the work that's being done there. In response to one of the letters, the money for the benches is not the city of Carmel's money to use for other expenses. It's donated by the public, by the families or friends, to memorialize a person, most typically. And that's, I just wanted to clarify that. But my feeling is I'm perfectly willing to look at the issue again, since so many people have come forward with so much anger. And I pass to the next commissioner.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Lehman. Commissioner Adels, would you like to make your comments? I see you're unmuted, so.
Yeah, I'm ready. I think we need to bring this back. I don't think we need to bring it back quickly, because I think a little bit more time to have all the interested parties, not only participate, but think about it and study it a little bit more. Let me go back as to why I think we should bring it back. I agree with Gail. I think staff and the commission followed all the right process and all the right steps. But it's clear that we failed to tease out significant concern among the public, and in this case, not just significant, but really well-informed concern. I think from a lot of people who spend a lot more time around the benches, and in terms of the forest, in terms of Carmel Cares, and with the Forest and Beach Commission, I agree, that's the beach. Personally, I took note of a lot of the letters and kind of found myself perhaps a little guilty of some of the things that they suggested, in that I don't think we did have a demonstrated need for more benches. And despite the fact that at the time, I think I said, I don't think we're underbenched. Since then, especially since the letters have come forward, I go down there almost every night at sunset, so I've just kept my own tally, and I have yet to walk the whole length of the walkway and not find empty benches. Even on the busiest night, probably 10% of the benches are open. And that was information I didn't have and we really didn't consider at the time. And in hindsight, I wish I would have asked more for a needs analysis on the topic. So my recommendation is, yes, let's bring it back. I would welcome an actual recommendation from, I think would have to be perhaps the Forest and Beach Commission. I'd also recommend or welcome a recommendation from Carmel Cares, notwithstanding the concerns about them being a 501(c)(3). I'll leave that to them and their lawyers. And I'd be fine letting this go for 6 months or a year to allow that process to play out. I know people have also been working on new landscape plans. I think we should definitely allow that to play out and make sure that we're not stepping all over new landscape plans. That's it.
Thank you, Commissioner Dels. Commissioner Locke, your comments?
Yeah, I just have a couple more things to add to it. I definitely agree that, well, I would support bringing this back for further discussion. In the past, we have considered requests for benches on a case-by-case basis, and I think we were trying to basically not have to look at it every time somebody wanted to dedicate a bench and provide some options so that it wasn't something that would be coming before the commission anytime anybody wanted a bench. But given the input that we've gotten from the public, I think we do need to perhaps reopen this. I do have some concern, as was expressed by Teresa. I'm sorry, I'm looking at my notes here. Regarding the process and how this has gotten back to us again without going through an appeal process. That does bother me a little bit. There is a way to bring things back to the commission. But I do understand that there is this situation. I agree with Commissioner Delves that this should go back to the Forest and Beach Commission. I would like to have them do a site visit to the sites that we looked at, just so they can see what we saw when we made this recommendation, and then get a recommendation from that commission. And as part of that, I hope Carmel Cares would participate in that site visit. I all support rebringing it back, and I don't think there's a rush to do it. I know there are a couple of people that were out there requesting benches, which was the reason that we started looking at this to begin with. And I'm not sure what the status is, Brandon, on that. But yeah, I would support bringing it back again after Forest and Beach has a recommendation.
Thank you, Commissioner Locke. Brandon, I had a question for you. In your presentation, you had comments from Forest and Beach to the commission. So I'm wondering, is there a need to have this go before Forest and Beach? You made a comment on that.
Yeah, it would be so it would be at the discretion, the council. I'm looking for direction from the commission tonight. So if the commission wanted staff to go to the Forest and Beach Commission and get a more specific recommendation as to the number and specific locations that they would be supportive of, we did not do that at the Forest and Beach Commission. So we could do that. We could take them on a site tour, go site by site, and then they could tell us specifically, we support 1, 3, 7, 10, 11, and 12, and bring that recommendation back to the Planning Commission.
What was the context that those comments that you read came from Forest and Beach?
The general context was we got the letters from Carmel Cares and some other residents, so that was the impetus to go back to the Forest and Beach Commission. With the understanding at that meeting, I told them that I was coming back here to have this meeting, and I wanted to make sure that they had an opportunity to provide their general feedback about the approval of 16. So that's why there were more general comments about that. Just generally 16 was too many. There was overcrowding. They didn't see a justifiable need, things like that. So they didn't weigh in on the specific locations as to whether one was good or one was bad. They just gave broader concepts, sort of to encourage the Planning Commission to reopen this as an item, as a public hearing.
Was that an agendized item? And
it was
on the Forest and Beach?
It was, yes.
Okay. Was there public comment at that time?
There was, yes. We received written correspondences and public testimony as well.
Okay, I was just trying to determine how thorough that was and if the public was allowed to have comment.
Yeah, for example, Carmel Cares, Mrs. Moon and Dale, they both spoke at that meeting as well.
Okay, thank you for giving me a little more
Sure, of course.
background. I appreciate that. Yes, I'm perfectly agreeable to bring this back. I think our motivation at the time was to try and able to things run a little more efficiently, help staff make a determination. We try to do that in a lot of instances, but obviously there's a lot of public concern about this and a lot of good points have been made. So I would entertain a motion right now from one of the commissioners that we make a motion to bring this back for a reconsideration of the benches with the direction to staff that they have enough time to do whatever studies that they think need to be done to address some of these issues that have been brought up in terms of density, need, traffic, congestion, those types.
Mr. Chair, while your commission while someone is formulating undoubtedly wonderful motion in their head, I just wanted to answer your question from the beginning of the meeting about the reconsideration. So I did find the language in the Planning Commission Rules of Procedure. I'll read it to you. It's section 4B. Any commission member who voted on the prevailing side of a decision, meaning the yes side, the positive side, prevailing side of a decision, may request within 5 working days of that decision that the matter be reconsidered. And then it would be placed on the next planning commission meeting. So we're obviously past that. So that rule would not apply in this case. So we're just looking for a general motion and vote. It's not the 1-person or 2-person test or anything like that. It's just a majority of the commissioners that are here.
Okay, so the key thing there is the 5-day.
And it only takes 1 commissioner. That's
we're
correct.
well past that. Yeah. Okay. I thank you very much for that explanation. It's always helpful for us to keep in mind, what our procedures are. So, I was calling for a motion to support having an agendized item to reconsider the location and number of additional benches on the scenic pathway.
Yeah, I'll make the motion so I see where this goes, but I move that we bring this item back at a future date, sorry, for reconsideration. I would also like to include in this instruction to staff to have this item placed before the Forest and Beach Commission for a full vetting with the outcome from that vetting and process being a specific recommendation as to the number and location of benches.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion to agendize this item for reconsideration, but prior to that time, it shall go to Forest and Beach for their consideration. So this offers the public 2 opportunities to have a public hearing to weigh in on this. And I think that would also give plenty of time for staff to provide any types of studies or information being needed to consider this. So having stated the motion, is there any more discussion on this item? Hearing none, can we have roll call, please?
Yes, Commissioner Delbs.
Yes.
Commissioner Lehman.
Yes.
Commissioner Locke.
Yes.
And Chair LePage.
Yes. Okay, the motion is carried to have a reconsideration of cider at a later date. Thank you, everyone, for your comments. Okay, we have one other item on our orders of business tonight. We're going to receive a verbal report and provide feedback on the possibility of Carmel-by-the-Sea pursuing the designation as an international dark sky place. Have the staff report, please.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Brandon Swanson with Community Planning and Building Department, here to provide a report on dark sky place designation. If you recall, late in 2021, the Planning Commission had a really hearty and robust conversation about lighting fixtures in general. The comment and request was made, and I think it was a wise one, to have a conversation about possibly looking at the city of Carmel-by-the-Sea becoming a dark sky designated place. If you recall, the discussion was around the appropriate style of light fixtures, glass, shielded bulbs, light pollution, a lot of things that are sort of key elements of a dark sky place designation. So what I'm here to do tonight is to just give you the down and dirty nitty gritty of what a dark sky place is. And then we can have a conversation about next steps. So what is a dark sky place? Well, a dark sky place is an international program, actually. It's worldwide. It was started in 2001. It's administered by a group called the International Dark Sky Association, or the IDA. And to be part of it, you have to have a designation. You're designated as an international dark sky place, or an IDSP. So it's a pretty robust program. The goal of the program that was started in 2001 is really to preserve the night sky. It does that through a pretty strict and thorough lighting policy, getting that in place, and also through public education. It's not just a one and done type of program where you set up regulations and then wait for people to run into them. There's requirement for communication and education with the public as well to make them aware of the benefits of a dark sky. There's 5 different categories of designations. It's not a one size fits all. Those are community, which would be like us. A city has to have a formed sort of government. A park, I think we all know what that is. Think of like a state park or a national park. A reserve, which is more like for animals. It's like an animal reserve. Sanctuary, similar type of thing, animals and nature sanctuary, or a place. And so a place is sort of like the catch-all, where it's not, maybe it's adjacent to a place that has a local government, but it's not really a government. It's not really a park. It's not a sanctuary. So that's their catch-all. So you then apply for a designation in one of those 5 categories, and each of those 5 application processes has different requirements based on what's reasonable for those areas. It was surprising to me when I started to dig into this that there's actually only about 180 ISDPs worldwide. This is across the entire Earth. There's only about 180 places when you add up all 5 of those different categories that actually have this designation. Of those 180 or so, only 34 of those are communities. Most of that 180 is actually, as you would imagine, it's a lot easier. Most of that 180 is actually a park or a sanctuary, or one of those bigger areas. So 34 communities. It's predominantly a United States thing, and the majority of them, that's why I have this map up here for you, the majority of them are actually in this sort of like Utah, Colorado, Arizona, New Mexico area of the United States, which again makes sense. It's less populated, it's bigger. If you can see, there's a lighter green colored square on this map. Those are the cities, the lighter green ones. Everything else is either a park or a reserve or a sanctuary. So you can see how the cities are laid out. The sort of like second most populated or second most dense area of these designations is actually the United Kingdom in that area as one. It's not a lot. It's, half a dozen to a dozen in that area. So it is predominantly a United States thing. You can see in California, here's where we're at. If you can't see from the map, we're in this area, the Bay Area. The closest thing to us from a city is down in Southern California. This is, Joshua Tree Park is in California as well. So there's not a lot. That's something to keep in mind. So how do you become an IDSP? Well, as I mentioned, it's a pretty rigorous application process. It's low cost. It's not something where they're trying to bleed a bunch of money out of people, but it is a rigorous application process, about $250. But on their website, and this is a timeline I took straight from the International Dark Sky Association website, it's about a 1 to 3 year process, depending on. So 1 year would be best case scenario, 3 years is worst case scenario. So you can assume somewhere in the 2 year time frame. You have to work with them to develop strict policy language, develop those educational and outreach tools that will continue into the future. The IDA reviews these applications quarterly, so 4 times a year. They review these applications as they come in against those guidelines and checklists that are specific to the 5 categories: communities, parks, whatever. So following a designation, if you're successful in going through this long and rigorous process, there are requirements after designation. So it's not like you just get to use the logo and you don't ever have to talk to the IDA again. There's regular reporting requirements of what you're doing, not only to maintain, but further your status as a IDSP. There's ongoing communication and marketing efforts required for the public. As I mentioned, it's not just to set up a wall type of program. It's about educating and making people aware of what they can do to help keep the sky dark at night. You get the right to display that IDSP logo in any of your literature, signs around town. It opens you up for some different types of grants and things like that. And then also the IDA keeps a list of all those cities on their website. And that's how I was able to tell you how many cities they are, because they're all listed there, and you can go and you can look at their applications, read about what they're doing. So it's a real serious program. Like I said, it started in 2001. It's been around for a while, and there's a lot of really good thought that's been put into it. So aside, if you don't choose to go the route, if a jurisdiction or whatever doesn't choose to go the route of pursuing this application and spending the time and resources to actually get designated, the IDA also wants to be a resource for people. And so this is where I think we might fall in, at least would be my suggestion. They have a great list of pre-approved lighting, which everything on that screen that you see right now, I copy and pasted directly from the IDA website. When you're buying light fixtures or shopping for them online, you should look for this dark sky approved logo. So anything that's on that screen right there, those are actual IDA dark sky approved light fixtures. They look at things like fully shielded, minimizing glare, reducing light trespass or light pollution, as we like to say. And so it's a lot of the tenets of the lighting regulations that we talk about here at the Planning Commission. So that should make us all feel pretty good about that. The IDA also has created these guidelines. They're actual written guidelines and written checklists for each of those categories. So to implement the standards, you don't necessarily have to be a dark sky designated place. You're not required to be under those auspices in order to use their guidelines. They have a mission of reducing light pollution. So what a lot of jurisdictions do, rather than going through the effort, because we all have limited staffing resources, what a lot of jurisdictions do is choose to use those guidelines and those checklists to incorporate that into their municipal codes, and use it sort of as a best practice tool. Which gets me to where I think I would recommend we go, but of course this is open for conversation, is that I would recommend that we use the IDA resources that I'm talking about for our upcoming zoning code and design guide updates. Just as part of this presentation, to let you know, at the February City Council meeting, I'll be taking a contract to get Winter and Company, Nori Winter, under contract to help us start that month with public outreach to begin the design guideline and zoning code updates. So we're there. We're ready to start working on those updates. So I would suggest that we take a look at incorporating these dark sky guidelines and checklists and all the other wonderful information we can find from the IDA into those updates, so that we get as close to the requirements and the standards as possible. And maybe at this point, given our resources and wanting to focus on the other city council strategic priorities, we don't spend 2 years working on this application. But I do think we can get there, and we can do a really good job with the guidelines that are there. So with that, I'll conclude my presentation, but I'm available for questions or conversation. I do think this is a really important topic, and I think we have some big stuff coming up in the future, like our guidelines and zoning code update, where we can implement a lot of these best practices.
Are there commissioners have any questions for Brandon?
No, oh wait, we are going to do comments on this, aren't we?
Yes, of course. Yeah. I'm just asking at this time, any questions for Brandon about anything that he just told us, or something that you may have a concern about, or something about this, that just a question. So I don't see any of the commissioners raising their hands. So I'm going to open it up to the public at this time for their comments, and your comments will be limited to 3 minutes. And also, if you have questions, you can make that in your comments, and then I'm sure Brandon I'll give him an opportunity to answer any of the questions that come up during the public comment. So I see a hand up there. Was that John? Is that
yes.
Right. Okay, John, go ahead.
In years past, there was a dark sky guideline in the building permit process and also in the planning process of Carmel. One of the limitations used to be a maximum of a 25-watt exterior lamp. Are those this question, I guess, would be for Brandon. is this still in the code?
Mr. Chair, do you want me to, it's your discretion here since it's sort of like a workshop type of item. Do you want me to answer the public's questions as they come, or do you want me to save them up until you're done with public comment?
I think for efficiency, it'd be better if you just save them up and then answer them, if that's okay. Is that all right with you, John? You get your comment at the end?
That was just it. I think they're already in the guidelines, or they were in the past. I know that part. So I would agree on expanding on them if we need to. And that's the end of my comment.
All right, thank you. Okay, is there anyone else that wanted to make any comments regarding this? Excuse me, from the public? There's a hand, yes. Is that Carol? Carol Hall?
It is.
I recognized you. Go ahead, Carol.
Thank you. I think this is an excellent idea, maybe not to fully commit, but at least to look at the guidelines and try and do our work. We already are so far into it. I think it wouldn't be so difficult to try and be a dark sky place, maybe without having to do the reports at this point in time. I think the staff has a lot to do right now. But the only thing I would think is that in relation to the types of fixtures, I would hope it would also include old style, Tudor style, whatever, craftsman style lighting that would be acceptable with low illumination. And it would certainly help our wildlife and our astronomers here in town. And I think it's very Carmel. So I think it's a great idea that Brandon brought up. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. I see another hand there. Is that Sherry? You have the floor. You need to unmute.
Got it.
There you go.
I think this is an excellent idea from a lot of areas. Number one, migrating birds are often confused by excessive city lighting. I think it'd be beautiful to be able to see the night sky, and we don't need to have that much security lighting in a town like Carmel-by-the-Sea. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else in the public that would like to address the commission regarding this item? See any other hands going up? Once again, if you're calling in, you press *6. That will unmute you. Okay, I don't see anybody there. So I'm going to close the public comments, open it up to the commission for their comments. Commissioner Locke, would you like to begin?
Sure. Mr. Chair, would it be okay if I answer the
question?
question?
I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead and answer.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. I believe the one question we got was, are some of the dark sky guidelines already in our code? And the short answer is yes. We do have some of those about the wattage. The nice thing about going deeper into the dark sky guidelines, it gets into things like the heat of the lamps, like the Kelvin levels and things like that are a little bit more specific and really take some consideration and speak to that, how it feels at night, and then the temperature of the lighting. So it's correct that we do have some in there, but we don't have a lot in there, and it's not really, we're not really calling it out as dark sky type of work. We just took some stuff out of that when we did the guidelines a while ago.
Thank you, Brandon. Okay, Commissioner Locke, would you like to make your comments this time?
Sure. Yeah, I totally support staff's recommendation on this, that the IDA guidelines be included as part of the zoning code and design guideline updates that are coming up. Beyond that, I would hope that we could potentially put into place some kind of a program where we could encourage residents to replace their existing fixtures if they have bright fixtures. I think overall, this is a great idea. I'm extremely supportive of this. In fact, I live in an apartment building, and yesterday took a much lower wattage bulb out to replace the light on the street for the apartment building, because I'm very aware of how much light is put out by not only the our residents, but also our commercial businesses and our hospitality industry. So I would like to see things such as reducing the wattage on the bulbs, putting in lower, not only lower wattage bulbs, but also looking at warmer color instead of bright white colors. And so I think this is an excellent concept, and I think the first step would be moving forward with this, the design guidelines, with the caveat also that we try to figure out a way to encourage our residents to reduce their use. I also appreciated the comment by our public that their neighbors in the security lights, and security lights are extremely disruptive in my opinion. I think, you know, anytime somebody walks by your house and your light comes on, that's definitely something that is kind of a concern if you're going to try to reduce light output. So anyway, very supportive. Thank you.
We may have missed Commissioner Michael LePage frozen again. So maybe when the next commissioner wants to go.
Sure.
Gail, you're going to go? Oh, wait.
Oh, go ahead, Bob. So I had, originally this grew out of a meeting that I had with Brandon about some lights that had been proposed in a couple of projects that I was concerned about because of the amount of light. And it led me to start reading about dark sky after that meeting. And I was so impressed with the importance of dark sky cities on global warming, and the advantages for the planet are huge. About 30 years ago, I was up in the White Mountains and saw the sky at night. And I forgot how a sky that's filled with stars looks, and it was mind-blowing. There wasn't any dark left. It was all stars and planets, and it was so marvelous. And I realize how much staff has to do. And I know the dark sky application is complex and the real time suck. But the importance of this on global warming and on getting this designation for the city of Carmel is enormous. And I would encourage it. You know, maybe there's a part-time analyst that could go on this as a project without pulling from our current staff. I think the city of Carmel starts it well because we have so few commercial lights, street lights. And because we don't have that, we're already a dark city in essence, except for the fact that the merchants keep their lights on inside their stores it seems like all night long. And I read recently that one of the rules of dark sky is that all lights in the commercial areas have to be off by 11 p.m. And so the sky does become visible, or the dark sky becomes visible. I've also read that there is another organization, it's headquartered in Spain, and they've had great reception in Europe with it. It's a foundation called Starlight Organization. And so there is more than the one that's used so much in the United States. I think, like everyone else, everyone's got a story about a neighbor who's either uplighting their trees or outlighting their lights, and they shine in our windows and lose that wonderful night sky that we might possibly have. So I'm also finding that there have been changes to approved lighting that we have approved with our low wattage after a house is finalized. And I'm wondering if we need to start to add into our guidelines that we do a second check 6 months or 8 months or whatever after the house is finalized, because I see fixtures that are changed after the house is finalized. And I think a lot of these are people from out of town that have bought houses here in the city. They don't know our regulations and they just feel like, well, it's not to their taste or whatever. And so they can change the fixtures, and in changing them, they add a tremendous amount of light to them, which wouldn't have passed in the first place. So I would hope that we can get better inspection going on these changes. You know, I'd like to see if we could find a way that we could get someone to start on this. It is an asset for tourism to be listed as a dark sky city. So I don't think it's something that, you know, it seems like the commercial area is always happy when we say it's going to increase the tourism. So, but we might get a different kind of tourist that's coming here to really see dark sky, and how wonderful that our children and grandchildren can grow up with this around them. So thank you. I guess it's yours, Bob.
Okay, thanks. Some of you know that in a previous life, I was a mayor, town councilor, and planning commissioner in Mountain Village, Colorado, which is in southwest Colorado. It's directly next to the ski town of Telluride. And we looked at this there, I'm going to say 10 years ago, and decided to essentially adopt what our staff is recommending. We did not pursue the actual certification, but did incorporate many of the recommendations from this group essentially into our lighting policy. And it was largely successful. Probably the biggest stumbling block there was a couple of very large hotels that just can't turn off at 10, 11, 12 o'clock. And we, in the end, decided not to try that because the rest of the community is spread over 5 miles, very different situation. But the other one was public safety in the form of address monuments. Really, we got a ton of pushback from the fire department on the need to have addresses lit up. Now, we have a very different situation here. I know it's a matter of counting houses, but that was a concern. I'm also looking at this list of cities that are dark sky cities, and I know many of them. 4 of them are neighboring cities to Mountain Village in southwest Colorado. To Gail's point about tourism, I know Norwood, Colorado, Nucla, and Natarita, all 3 are communities that are fairly depressed former ranching and uranium mining communities that did view this as a tourist destination. And the truth is they can, because they just naturally enjoy that sky, Gail, that you mentioned all the time. And that's really what they're trying to sell. And the 4th one I see here is Ridgeway. And I can ask a few more. I know the mayor of that town, and I can ask a few more questions. I'm not quite sure what their motivation is, and I would question their ability to get there. I would be concerned that the actual designation can often be an aspirational move that is very difficult and expensive to achieve, with measurable benefits in terms of whether it's more tourism or anything else. So with that said, I'm all about this as part of our building code. But I would not pursue becoming accredited with it. I will take public shaming from Kevin to Angelo, my neighbor, who probably walks by my house every night and realizes that I might be the guilty guilty party with some of the lights I inherited when I bought the house. So I'll go out and lower that wattage tomorrow.
Good.
Thank you, Commissioner Dels. Once again, I apologize. I seem to have some internet connection problems tonight, so I'm kind of in and out here. But Brandon or, well, actually the Vice Chair, Commissioner Lehman, if it looks like I'm not, you can't hear me, just take over the meeting. Anyway, my feeling on this is it is a wonderful aspirational thing, but there's a lot of details, in it that could be challenging for the city. The resources that it would take. And I'm not opposed to walking along this path towards eventually maybe pursuing a certification, but I think in the interim that we should review our lighting policies and with the suggestions or the guidelines from this organization and see where we are, just make a self-assessment of that. As a city right now, we are a lot different than most cities that you see. One of the defining characteristics of Carmel is that it's dark at night here. And that's deliberate because we don't have a lot of streetlights in the residential area. And we do make a concerted effort with our, on new homes, all their lighting needs to be down lighting and needs to be low wattage. I know it's easy for people after they get the final on their house, they can come in and they can change fixtures and this does happen. So it's an ongoing enforcement problem, and that's always going to be a challenge for the city. So I think the path, my suggestion to the path this time is what Brandon suggested, that we put this in the context of the upcoming review of the residential and commercial guidelines, kind of see where we are, see if we can incorporate any of the dark sky organization guidelines, which will work for us, and move in that direction. So having said that, Brandon, does this require a motion, or are we just giving you some direction?
No, sir. This is really just providing feedback. I think I understand a consensus. Maybe I can say it back briefly, and if anyone disagrees wholeheartedly with what I say, then let me know. But it sounds like there's a general consensus to look at how we can incorporate as many as possible of these guidelines from the IDA into our upcoming update. I did hear that Commissioner Lehman would like the staff to work on this, but the general consensus from the Planning Commission is that we not to pursue the designation. And so we'll continue that route. When we bring back the design guidelines and the zoning code update, because it will go through the Planning Commission, it's a land use thing. It will go through the Planning Commission, so you'll definitely have an opportunity to make sure that they're incorporated to your liking. And so I think that's a great opportunity, and that's what I took away from this meeting. I don't need a motion or a vote unless anyone wants to correct what I just said right there.
I didn't hear all of the discussion because I was kind of in and out on the internet. So are the other commissioners satisfied with the direction that Brandon heard from the commissioners?
Yes, that's kind of what I heard.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your help in this. Okay, in that case, we will move on to the public hearings on our agenda tonight. Okay, the first item is a design study. This is DS 21-224. It's also a variance 21-225. This is the White Cox project. Consideration of a concept design study for additions to a historic Comstock studio totaling 247 square feet and a 267 square foot detached accessory dwelling. The unit is located at the northwest corner of Santa Fe Street and 6th Avenue. It's in the R1 zone.
Michael, isn't that continued?
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It is, Mr. Chair, but you still need to.
No, that's right. No, we do.
Open the public hearing.
We need to have we need to have a vote on this to continue it. So we're not going to take any public comments or staff report.
You should just open briefly for public comments on the continuance, not the merits of the project, but since it is a public hearing.
And staff has no comments about the continuance?
No, sir.
All right, so I'm going to open up to the public for any comments only regarding the continuance. Is there anyone from the public that would like to make any comments regarding?
I don't know. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name's Kevin Varner. Actually, I'm relatively new to Carmel. My wife and I have had a house there for about 3 years, but we live across the street. I just wasn't sure what what does the continuance mean? Just going to be carried forward to do another meeting?
Yes. Yeah, this item will be continued for a public hearing with a full staff report at a later date.
Okay, so they'll send out another notification.
Right. It'll be if you're within the designated notification. You're across the street, you say?
Yeah, I'm at the southwest corner of 6th and Santa Fe.
Okay.
Yes.
As long as you're, I believe, within 300 feet. Is it 300 feet, Brandon, or 100 feet?
Yeah, you're correct. 300 feet, and then 100 foot is the hand delivery. So we'll,
yeah. Okay.
Yeah. If you receive the notice for this meeting, you'll receive a notice for the next one.
Okay. Okay. Sounds good. Well, thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your comments. All right. Is there anyone else from the public that'd like to make any comments regarding the continuation? Okay. Hearing none, I'm going to close the public comments, and I will ask for a motion to continue this item from the commission. Any of the commissioners?
I'll move to continue. I'll move to continue this item.
I second that.
Okay, we have a motion to continue the item. So then we have roll call, please.
Yes, Commissioner Dells?
Yes.
Commissioner Lehman?
Yes.
Commissioner Locke?
Yes.
Chair LePage?
Yes. The item be continued. Okay. So the next item on the public hearing tonight is a design study. This is DS 21-220, the Gregg Project's consideration of a final design study and associated coastal development permit for a 1,005 square foot, 2-story addition to a 1-story and a 594 square foot to a 594 square foot historic building. It's the historic Alfonso Ramirez cabin. Can we have staff report, please?
Right, thank you, Chair LePage. So before the commission this evening is the final design study for the Gregg project. So this is a 4,000 square foot lot that contains a historic cabin that's just under 600 square feet. The cabin was constructed in 1888 by Mr. Ramirez, who is a direct descendant of the Carmel Mission Indian groups. He was also a stage driver for Carmel. And this cabin has been placed on the local historic inventory, both for its association with Mr. Ramirez, as well as its architecture as a late 19th century residential home. So the project includes a 1,005 square foot, 2-story addition to the rear of the cabin, repainting the cabin, and then associated site improvements. The Historic Resources Board reviewed the project at their October meeting. They added the project also to the Carmel Register in order to issue a waiver of the parking requirement. And they also adopted a determination of consistency with the Secretary's standards, finding that the addition is in accordance with historic preservation principles. On November 10th, the Planning Commission reviewed the concept design and accepted it with conditions, one of which was to increase the 2nd-story setback, to perform a shadow study, and then also to modify the north staircase window. This is the concept site plan that was presented to the commission. It shows the green outline is the 2nd story. The internal staircase had a 3-foot setback from the north property line, while the remainder of the 2nd story had a 7-foot, 10-inch setback. The architect has revised the 2nd story and increased that north setback to 9 feet to the main portion, and then 11 feet 6 inches to the internal stairway. This is a comparison of the concept and final floor plans to show the revision in the internal configuration of that 2nd story. So you can see how the shift occurred. And then just briefly, a comparison of the north elevations. This is what was presented at the concept. This internal staircase window was conditioned to be reduced in size. And the architect has eliminated the windows on the north elevation to the bedroom and then reduced the size of the staircase window and is proposing obscure glass. The architect also performed the requested shade or shadow study for the project. He compared the shadows that would be cast both from the original design as well as from the revised design. And with the shift of the second story, 30% more natural light exposure will be gained to the neighbor's first floor windows. This elevation is also part of the shade study comparison and shows the difference in the shadow pattern from the original design on the left, and then the 30% natural light gained by shifting the second story on the right. So because this is a final details review, the applicant has provided a landscape plan. The plan has been reviewed by the city forester. One special condition placed on the project is condition number 34 to replace the proposed pittosporum with a different species. The city forester has found that birds tend to carry the seeds of this plant into our open space areas, and it can become invasive. This condition of approval just requires that an alternative plant species be selected during the final landscape plan review. Also, the project is required to include a lower canopy tree. The architect has chosen a California buckeye, and this is also included as condition number 32. Lastly, the applicant is proposing 2 red birch trees. These are intended in part to screen the addition. Red birch trees are not evergreen, so they would only screen the addition for a portion of the year. Staff has included condition number 36 that an alternative plant be selected. The applicant would like to retain the red birch trees and will discuss with the commission the reasons that he would like to have this condition removed from the project. Of course, staff will defer to the commission on whether a deciduous or evergreen is appropriate. So the final details also include the lighting plan. The proposed lighting for this project is quite minimal. The applicant's proposing 4 recessed light fixtures, 2 at the exit from the hallway, and then another 2 below the deck. This particular fixture does exceed our lumen levels, so the applicant will be selecting an alternative that has 375 lumens or less prior to issuance of building permit. The other fixture proposed is just 1 single pendant light, which would be also located near the deck. And then there's also an existing light fixture on the front of the cabin. So the project also includes a new fence along the front of the property. The applicant is proposing a grape stake fence with a minimum 1.5 inch spacing between the pickets to achieve that filtered view of the front yard. The applicant has also distinguished the front entry gate from the fence, consistent with the residential design guidelines, which encourages creating a sense of entry by distinguishing gates from adjoining fences. So staff's recommendation is that the Planning Commission adopt a resolution approving the design study with conditions. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions for staff from the commissioners?
No.
Okay, I don't think we have any. Thank you, Marnie. Appreciate your report? Okay, at this time, with the architect, Brian Conlon, would you like to make your presentation? You'll have
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
5 minutes to make your presentation, and then if rebuttals needed, I'll give you some time at the end. So go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. I'm Brian Congleton, as you know, and I will try to be brief because Marnie's done a wonderful job of presenting the both project and the modifications to it. I would simply point out, because we're kind of proud of the revisions and the fact that we've ended up with a much better design. We did eliminate that window seat at the stair. We moved the stair some 8 feet, the north wall above the stair some 8 feet 4 inches to the south. We moved the north bedroom wall 18 inches to the south, and we eliminated the window on the north wall of the bedroom, which was facing the neighbor's bedroom window. On the south side, I think the major thing, and it hasn't been mentioned, is we reduced the size of the deck from 342 square feet to 85 square feet, which is a 75% reduction. Now, I grant you, we added some stone steps in, but the overall elimination of the party space will hopefully make the south neighbor a little happier with the design, along with the fact that we changed what had been one of those big opening walls on the crossover, the link. We changed that basically to a pair of French doors with fixed side lights, and we eliminated the French doors that opened out onto the deck from the living room, replacing them with windows. So all in all, I think that the design is much easier on the neighbors than the original, and B, we like the design that it's resulted in a better layout. The one thing that we did do is change one of the 3 bedrooms to a den office, which is open to the stairwell. So that basically means it's going to be a slightly smaller house in terms of maximum possible occupancy. The one thing we did not do was move the south wall that was closest to the neighbor, the second floor and first floor as well for that matter. We did not move those two any closer to the neighbor. Our design did move things on the north side, but not things on the south side. So that said, I want to talk about this group of trees that go in the little areaway between the existing cabin and the proposed addition. We need a very tall, narrow tree to reach up above the structures and provide screening above so that from the street, particularly up the street, we've minimized the view of the addition in relation to the cabin. We separated the two. And in discussion with my clients, it came out that they would very much like to have birch trees because of the wonderful fall color and the activity both in the leaves and the bark. We have a fairly short winter season, a couple of months, 3 months. And so it's a short period of time that the leaves would be gone from the trees. And my hope is, because we were not able to identify an evergreen other than one of those weird Italian juniper things, which I personally don't like at all, we weren't able to identify an evergreen tree that would do what we wanted to do in terms of height. So that we would like you to drop that condition completely. The other thing I would mention is with the downlights, we did go with a minimum number of downlights. Lowering the wattage, I think, may leave some dead spots, and I would like room to add a couple of downlights because the light level will be lower. I don't want to burn anything out, but I do want to have safety levels of lighting on those steps and deck. And with that, I'll answer any questions.
Are there any questions for Brian? I don't see any commissioner raising their hand, and they're all shaking their head no. So thank you, Brian.
No questions.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. Is there anyone else from the public? I see Pam Hudson, you have your hand up. You want us to like to address the planning commission this time? You have 3 minutes.
Uh-oh.
Something happened there. What happened? She was there, and then she was gone.
And I know this is the next door neighbor, and the name on it is Pam Hudson, but her name is Judy Marquardt. So my hope is she can get back on if she has comments.
Okay, well, we'll give her a. Is there anyone else from the public that would like to address the planning commission regarding this application? Okay, I don't see anybody. No hands going up. I'm very sympathetic tonight. People are having trouble with their internet. So what I'll do is open it up, close the public comments this time, but if she gets back on, I'll reopen it so that she can make her comments. And I'll open it up to the commission so we can kind of move ahead with this item while they're trying to take care of whatever technical problems they have. So Commissioner Delves, you're unmuted. You want to start?
I do. Brian, thank you for listening to us and listening to the neighbors. And your revisions are creative and effective and efficient in the use of space, and I applaud them. And I think you've handled the situation extremely well and managed to create a roughly 1,500 square foot addition to a very small and very special cabin in a thoughtful way that will allow a new family to live in it and enjoy it, while from the street, it's going to be what it always has been. I am fine with everything you've done. I'm fine with the fence, and I would be supportive of the birch tree.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Delves. I see that was it Judy Marquardt is back on. So would you like to make your comments this time? I'm going to open up the public hearing again, public comments. Are you there? Do you want to?
Yes, I'd like to thank Brian for all his efforts. He's really been patient with all of us. And I'd like to thank Stacy and Donnie for their efforts. They've really made attempts for us. I'm concerned about the water on Mitzi's land. It seems to be a real problem. And I'm curious how that's going to be solved.
Do you have any more comments?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I'm Mitzi, the south side neighbor, and I have a serious irrigation problem with the flow of water from the property, which goes under my house, has destroyed memorabilia below the house, as well as there's a furnace there. And I would like to have some kind of irrigation study to resurrect the drainage flow onto my property.
Is that you finished your comments?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, is there anyone else in the public that would like to make some comments this time regarding this application? Okay, I don't see any hands going up, so I'm going to close the public comments and open it back up to the commissioner for their comments. I think at the end, I'll allow Brandon, our director, to address the question regarding the drainage on the property. So I'm going to reserve for Brandon to make that discussion because that's a building department approval item. So I would encourage the commissioners to make their discussion just with the design tonight. Okay, Commissioner Lehman, would you like to make your comments this time?
Sorry about that. I always like Brian's work, and I think the retention of the cabin is wonderful in its original state. I think it's got some real sweet history behind it as the stagecoach driver. I think that's lovely. I think what Brian's done is exciting, and he's been considerate of the neighbors, very considerate in this redo of the plans for this time. And so I wish that I realize the staff isn't very pleased with the birch trees, and since they are deciduous, I wonder. I agree with Brian that I'm not crazy about poplars either, but there are other trees that are a possibility, and perhaps the forester can make some suggestions. She's the one with the most tree knowledge as to what will do well there in that rather small space facing north. Other than that, I think he's moving that second story back for that amount of I believe it's an 11-foot setback now from that north side, I think is terrific. So thank you, Brian, for being so flexible. And I think it will be a very exciting addition to that house. I like the separation from the original cabin. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Locke?
I don't really have anything to add. I think Commissioner Delves and Lehman have both taken everything I would say. And Brian, yes, I think the sensitivity of the project is really something special. The project, the actual existing building there is something everybody should see. If you haven't been by it, go by and take a look at it. It's just wonderful. I have no problem with the trees. And I think that, like I said, the other commissioners made all my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Locke. I don't have a whole lot to add other than I think this house is a wonderful historic resource for this community in so many ways. The architecture of it, the person that lived there, their connection to the community goes back beyond the United States period. It goes into the Spanish period and also to the indigenous people that lived here. So Brian, once again, has shown a lot of sensitivity, and he continues to operate at a high level of skill. He's done what is necessary. He's consulted and listened to the concerns of the neighbors, and he's used his skills as an architect to make significant changes to the project to limit those impacts to those neighbors. And I think this is just a confirmation of how this process works, and also the level of skill of the local architects that work within our permitting process and review process. So I'm in complete support of this project as it is being presented. I'm also I support the use of the birch trees. I think the limited amount of time that those birches will be without their leaves is pretty insignificant. So, and I think it'd be nice to see some other types of trees in the landscape there. I think that the neighbors' concerns to the south about the drainage are significant, and I would like to have our director kind of speak to that and how we deal with that at this time. Would you do that for us, Brandon?
Yeah, I'm glad to, Mr. Chair. Thank you. It is an important and difficult issue oftentimes to deal with. And it's not just unique to the city of Carmel-by-the-Sea. I live in Pacific Grove, and I deal with a similar problem on my own property. The issue with water is that we all know it goes downhill. It's just what it does. It also goes downhill underground. That's what's unique about water. And when you have a higher water table and you have a substructure that has rock, it pushes that water up, especially when it rains. Now, I will say that when construction is done, that construction is responsible for managing their stormwater. So think about it from the perspective of when you put a house over dirt that didn't have a house on it before, it's now not permeable, meaning the water cannot soak into the soil. And so you concentrate that water coming off of the eaves, down the gutters, and down the downspouts. So we do have requirements on projects, including this one, for stormwater control plans. And so there's a condition of approval on this project that they're going to submit and get approved by our environmental compliance manager in Public Works, a stormwater control plan. Conceivably, this will actually make the situation on the site better, because you've got a situation where there's nothing on that space right now. There's no control of the water that hits the ground right there. Will it completely fix the issue of a downhill neighbor and other neighbors? I don't know for sure, and they're not responsible for fixing every issue associated with water transmuting underground and overground, as long as it's not being created by the site. So like if someone were to put in, a landscaping project or build something without a permit, they didn't go through the right process, and that then subsequently created a drainage issue or a flooding issue, then that's where we would step in as a city. But when it's just natural groundwater and all of the rules and regulations are being followed with drainage systems and stormwater control, then there's really nothing for the city to do in a capacity. It really comes down to a private property issue, where it's between two property owners to decide how that water, if they want to work together to control it, things like dry wells, French drains, because it's, water doesn't understand where property lines are. It just goes downhill. So hopefully that explains it a little bit. It's a complicated topic. I'm certainly not a hydrologist, but it's just a matter of the fact that our ground is wet, and in certain areas of town where the topography is such, it's worse than others.
Thank you, Brandon. I guess the thing I want to also let the neighbor know is that the planning commission, it isn't under our purview to consider this during this process. We're just involved in the design, but it certainly is something that is dealt with by the building department. It's certainly something which is addressed in our building code. And as Brandon said, any concentration of water which is caused by the project, it is responsibility of that applicant, that owner, to deal with that. And we have best practices, I know, for drainage upon completion. We also have best practices during the construction of the project, so that, because many times during the construction of the project, water can be directed onto neighboring properties. So there are best practices to address that too. And any neighbor at any time can call the building department and get a copy of those best practices, and then they can also talk to code enforcement officer or the inspectors to make sure that those are in place to protect their properties at all times. So having said that, I think it sounds like the commissioners are supportive of this project. I had the resolution up here. We have the standard conditions. The special conditions are, we have a pre-construction meeting. We have the tree planting detail, number 34, invasive plant eradication, 35, copper gutters and downspouts. And then 36 is I believe the condition the staff put on regarding
the trees.
Is that the one? I don't know if
yeah, that's the decision.
That's the one that's regarding the birch. Yeah, the birch trees, right? So if it sounds like most of the commissioners were in favor of, we're okay with the birch, but I'll let whoever makes the motion decide how they want to handle that. And then number 37 are the recessed lights. The applicant did request some additional lighting, but that needs to be provided to us in a plan. So I'm not sure if that's something we can just grant without specific plans at this meeting.
Oh.
So having said that, would one of the commissioners like to?
Mr. Chair?
Okay, Brian?
Thank you. Would it be possible on that lighting condition to merely delegate to staff whether or not, what I want to see is 2 additional lights. We currently have 4. The maximum I could see is 6. And if need be, could you delegate that to staff so we don't have to bring that back to the commission?
Yeah, whoever makes the motion, if they're comfortable with that suggestion, they could make the motion to include that the applicant should work with staff to determine the addition of additional lighting to address safety concerns.
Mr. Chair, I would suggest if the maker of the motion decides to do that, staff, we are comfortable with that. I'm comfortable taking care of that at the director level. I would suggest the maker of the motion just put a number. So, not to exceed 2 additional or not to exceed 3 additional. So just give us some sort of limitation and we can work within that.
All right, so that should be limited to 2. That's the suggestion of the director, Brandon. So
is it still possible to make a public comment?
the public comments are closed at the time. I'm sorry.
Okay. That's all right.
Okay, so having said that, Commissioner Locke, did you want to make a motion?
I will make the motion, yes.
Thank you.
I move that we, sorry, I gotta get back to my spot here. I move that we adopt the resolution approving design study and associated coastal development permit DS 21-221 Greg, Santa Rita, 3 northeast of 3rd Avenue, and the conditions of approval with the modification that special condition 36 be removed and that 37 allow the applicant to work with city staff regarding the addition of 2 additional lights for safety concerns.
Okay, we have a motion to accept the resolution as presented with staff with the change to special condition that special condition number 36 shall be deleted and special condition number 37 shall have language to let the applicant work with staff for the placement of 2 additional light fixtures, exterior light fixtures. Do we have a second on this motion?
I second it.
Okay, the motion's been made and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, can we have roll call, please?
Yes, Commissioner Delves?
Yes.
Commissioner Lehman?
Yes.
Commissioner Locke? You're muted. Commissioner Locke?
Yes, sorry.
Thank you. Chair LePage?
Yes, the motion is carried. For the members of the public that had looked like they had some additional comments, I would suggest you contact staff and they can answer those questions for you. So thank you, everyone.
Chair LePage, can I add one comment to Mrs. Hudson? Or I guess I'm using the wrong name, but I'd like to assure you that under environmental compliance, under the conditions of this, the drainage system has to be designed by a civil engineer. And that should be of assistance for any further runoff to you. So I think you might be able to relax about that for a while.
Can I answer that?
Also, I want to let you know that you will have an opportunity if you contact staff to work on, make comments about the final plan. So I think any concerns that you have, you still have opportunity to work with the staff and the plans to make sure that those are addressed. Okay, so at this time we're going to move on.
The drainage issue is a pump from the lot behind that pumps all their water into Donnie's lot.
Okay, thank you for your comments. We're going to move on now. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. The next item on our agenda tonight is number 7. This is a design study. It's DS 21-362, California Coast LLC. This consideration of a concept design study for the demolition of an existing 1,315 square foot 1-story residence and construction of a new two-story, 1,565 square foot single-family residence with a 235 square foot detached garage located in the front yard setback. It's located on San Carlos Street, 2 southwest of First Avenue in the R1 district. So we have a staff report, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just before I jump in, I just want to remind everyone that this is a concept hearing. So we're discussing things like the forest character in respect to trees, privacy and views, mass and bulk. You're certainly welcome to comment on other aspects that are typically considered at the final details hearing. But again, this is just the concept hearing. So the existing residence is on a 4,000 square foot lot. The existing home is 1,315 square feet. The applicant is proposing to demolish all improvements across the site to accommodate a new 1,565 square foot two-story residence, as well as a 235 square foot detached garage. A 785 square foot one-story ADU will also be located on the lot that has already been approved under building permit 21301. State law requires ministerial review and approval of ADUs. So the ADU cannot be considered at this hearing or any discretion applied to the ADU. Additional projects components include new landscaping throughout and site coverage modifications. So there's one significant pine tree located on the site, as well as 5 moderately significant pines in the right-of-way. The forester has reviewed the proposal and has determined that the project will not affect the pine tree, provided that the standard tree protection measures are followed. Those are in condition of approval number 14 of the standard conditions given at final approval. And then the foresters also recommended planting 2 upper canopy and 1 lower canopy trees on site. And a condition of approval will be provided at the final hearing as well to make sure that planting is maintained. So before I get too far into the rest of the staff report, I just want to identify a discrepancy with the story poles. So as you can see, this is a photo from the rear of the house. The story pole netting does show right in here where the roof meets the building wall, that another wall would continue out here. That's represented by this dashed line. However, that dashed line, which is supposed to represent the roof of the ADU, is actually located about 9 feet 6 inches lower. So we will have those story poles adjusted for the next hearing. Unfortunately, there wasn't time by the time we were made aware of this to make that change prior to this hearing. So I just want to point that out. Keep in mind the story poles are significantly taller for the ADU than what is actually proposed. Again, that would be brought down about 9 feet 6 inches. So in respect to privacy, staff has not identified any privacy impacts. The east-facing elevation, which is the front elevation, is approximately 32 feet 11 inches from the front property line. The rear elevation facing west is approximately 42 feet 1 inch, which is about the width of a lot from the rear property line. So staff does not anticipate any privacy impacts with these windows. On the south elevation, the minimum or the lowest sill height is 6 feet tall, with 2 additional second floor story windows being having a sill height of 7 feet tall. So there's no privacy impact anticipated there. There is 1 lower egress window on the bottom floor that's located approximately 1 foot 10 inches above grade. And there's also going to be a 6 foot tall privacy fence along the property line that would further screen that. The north elevation presents a similar condition with windows with a very tall sill height, again 6 feet above the finished floor. There is 1 kitchen window that's identified as window B. That's a 3 foot 6 inch tall sill height. However, that's located in the kitchen. There's a counter right below it, so it'll be farther away. There's also a 15-foot separation between the closest neighbor's window, and then also with the change in topography between the 2 sites, there's not anticipated to be a privacy impact there. So this is just for information and not for discussion, just to show that the ADU, there's no privacy impact anticipated with the ADU, even though there's no discretion applied. The windows are located in a similar fashion as the rest of the house. Looking at the north elevation, again, we see windows that are all very low to the ground. Again, there's going to be a 6-foot tall fence surrounding the property. The west elevation, which is the rear, we have 2 windows with a sill height of 7 feet tall. So, you know, the average person would not be able to see out those windows. And then the south elevation is where the entry door is with a sliding French door. Again, we have a 6-foot tall fence surrounding the property as well. So the existing deck is proposed to be removed to accommodate the ADU. The existing deck is 774 square feet, and the applicant is proposing a new 418 square foot deck on the roof of the ADU. That's about a 45% decrease in square footage of the existing deck. The deck will increase about 4 feet 4 inches to 5 feet, depending on where you're standing on the deck. So you can see down over here, you have the existing finished floor, and then the walking surface of the deck is approximately 4 feet 4 inches taller, with the new finished floor about 5 feet taller. So there's a few steps. This privacy wall on the north side of the deck is proposed to be maintained. And then this other, along the west side and the south side, is proposed to be a clear glass. However, if the Planning Commission feels that there is a privacy impact there, they could require it be changed to an opaque glass, for example. So staff has identified a view impact associated with the project. These 2 photos are taken from the neighbor across the street. In the photos, the red arrow represents the horizon, the purple arrow represents the top of the story poles. They're just taken from 2 slightly different vantage points. Staff has included draft condition of approval number 2, requiring that the plate heights and the ridge height be dropped at least a foot in order to open up the view for the neighbor more. If the commission feels that change is not enough, they can certainly make further changes to that condition. However, staff's recommendation is a foot. So the new residence does not increase the mass and bulk significantly. Despite the addition of a new 2nd story, the ridge height only increases by 4 feet 4 inches. This has been accomplished by sinking the building footprint into the grade. So we do have a number of design guidelines that encourage this. For example, design guideline 7.2 speaks to locating floor area either fully or partially below grade, presenting a 1-story height to the street. I'm sorry, that's design guideline 7.7, presenting a 1-story appearance to the street, and then the taller 2-story element downhill. And again, reducing the roof pitch is also an appropriate way to reduce the building mass. So as you can see, we have a relatively low roof pitch, which I'll discuss further in a few slides. And then also design guideline 7.2 encourages the use of a detached garage to further decrease the mass of the residence. So staff did note a discrepancy in the plans, just in terms of plate height. So currently what's being proposed is a non-conforming plate height. It appears this discrepancy is as a result of using the existing grade and not the finished grade. So with the inclusion of draft condition of approval number 2, which I discussed with the view impact, lowering the plate height by a foot, as well as the ridge height, would remedy this issue. So the building is a simple rectangular shape with a few subordinate building forms. The roof is pitched, as I mentioned, at 2 and 12 for the street-facing gable, and then 9 and 12 for the rear. Again, it's an asymmetrical gable roof form, which is a little bit atypical. However, the lower the lower pitched roof helps to minimize masses seen right in the street, And also, if that were to be brought up, there might be a further view impact. The design guidelines say that moderately pitched roofs pitched at 4 and 12 to 6 and 12 are preferred. However, that same guideline states that the wider the area, the wider the area a roof must span, the shallower the pitch should be to avoid excess height or a flat roofed element. So again, we typically don't see this shallow of a pitch. However, it is encouraged to minimize mass, maintain that view, and to avoid a flat roof form. So while not discussed in the concept design guidelines, there's a few items I'd like to bring up that are addressed in the final design guidelines for preliminary feedback. So this is directly from the final design guidelines, design guideline 9.3. It states building details should be used to provide interest and not exaggerate the scale of a building, and that appropriately sized chimneys, overhangs, windows, doors, dormers, porches, entries, and decks can be used to reduce the scale and achieve a well-integrated design. Making of these elements oversized can exaggerate the building scale and should be avoided. Avoid grand entryways, windows, and doors that are out of proportion with the human form. Avoid ostentatious design treatments. So as these features are typically not addressed as these features are addressed at the final details review, staff is requesting the Planning Commission give direction to the applicant regarding the appropriateness of these features. And those specific features I'm discussing are the oriel window, the entryway, and the floating staircase. An additional item that typically isn't addressed in the concept design, but rather the final design guidelines, is the treatment of the garage door. So as you can see, the form of the garage door is a bit unusual. Instead of having a vertical face, the side of the garage projects out at about a 20-degree angle. So the design guidelines, again, this is from the final design guidelines, guideline 9.16, says that a garage door should be designed to provide visual interest or blend with the background materials of the building. So staff is seeking direction from the commission as to whether the feature is appropriate as it provides visual interest, or if it should be modified to a more traditional form. So notwithstanding that discussion, there are findings required for a detached garage in the front setback. There are 5 requirements. Staff has made these findings in the affirmative, and that's outlined in the staff report. So considerations for final details. A few of these have been addressed, but I would like to touch on a few more. So staff is not supportive of the building color as proposed. The commission's given pretty clear direction that a white building palette is not supported. So staff has communicated with the applicant. However, they still wish to propose this white color scheme. Staff's included draft condition of approval number 3 that states, I'm sorry, before I get into the condition. For more modern and contemporary projects, the commission has given direction in the past that in order to connect the design to the character of the village and forest, the use of natural materials should be incorporated into the design, and an earth tone color palette should be utilized for the residents. And in staff's opinion, that direction from past projects is appropriate for the subject project as well. So there is a draft condition of approval number 3 that reflects that direction. Similarly, a material sample board has not been provided. There was one on site today. However, there was not one provided to staff beforehand. Staff has identified a number of materials being used in the project based on the plans that include stucco, a metal roof, metal paneling, which would match the same material as the roof, vertical wood siding, and concrete. So staff is seeking the commission's feedback and direction regarding the use of multiple building materials, as there has been some direction about mixing materials in the past. And then staff is also requesting in condition of approval number 4 that a sample board material cut sheets specs be provided prior to final details hearing. In respect to concrete, the commission has been supportive of the use of concrete as a building treatment in the past. However, staff is seeking direction and feedback specific to this project. And if you are supportive, staff has included draft condition of approval number 5 that says a pigment should be added to the concrete so it's not a stark gray, which is discouraged by the design guidelines. The applicant is also proposing the use of bamboo to partially screen the garage. Staff discussed the use of this plant with the city forester, and the forester's direction was bamboo could be considered, however, it shouldn't be visible from the street, and it needs to be planted in pots because it can spread very easily. So draft condition of approval number 6 has been included in saying that if bamboo is used, it needs to be in a pot and also located so it's not visible from the street. And then as I mentioned in the previous slide, staff is seeking feedback on the architectural details, including the oriel window, covered entry, floating stairs. There's no conditions around these features, just simply seeking feedback and direction. And then same with the garage form. So with that, staff recommends that the Planning Commission adopt a resolution accepting a concept design study. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions for staff from the commissioners?
So I'm new to this, so I don't know, is it like public comment time or is it just questions?
No, not at this time. That'll be coming shortly.
Okay.
So we'll have an opportunity when I open up the discussion for the public.
Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Dells, were you shaking your head no?
Yeah, just on the oriel window, first off, I was just looking up what an oriel window is. It's a bay window. So is that window, describe the oriel window to me, please, Evan.
Sure. So bay window and oriel window can be used interchangeably. The way our code defines an oriel window is it doesn't touch the ground. If these corners went all the way to the ground, our code would call that a bay window. But you could effectively think of this as a bay window.
And it protrudes into the yard, and does light come in, extra light come in from the sides and or the top?
No,
okay.
So the only glazing is on this western face right here. It does protrude from the building wall, but it's solid on the sides. So the window would be this area right here.
Okay, thank you, that helps.
I don't know if you can hear me. I've lost my audio again.
Yeah, we got you back, Mr. Chair.
Okay, all right, sorry. So did the commissioners get all their questions answered from staff? I guess so. All right, before I lose my audio again, would the applicant or the applicant's representative like to make their presentation to the commission at this time? You have 5 minutes to make your presentation, and if necessary, I will give you a rebuttal time at the end after public comment. Go ahead.
Yes, my name is Andrew Goodwin. I'm going to share a quick presentation just to clarify a couple things. Again, my name is Andrew. I am the architect of the project. Can you see my screen, by the way? Everybody see my screen? Okay. So we've been charged to take on the architectural job of interpreting this beautiful watercolor, which is from our client, and creating a contemporary version of a cottage for this San Carlos to southwest of First. This is the existing house that's here. It is subdued in the trees, and we are proposing a very similar characteristic of it being subdued within the trees, really going after the idea of preserving the forest character on this lot. You can see here, even by the surveyor's marks, that the house and the deck currently take up a good portion of the property, about 51%. And notwithstanding the ADU, the proposal that we have is really to take a detached garage and a 2-story residence and shrink the footprint of permeable aspects of this project so that we honor the landscape and we honor the forest characteristics. So what you're seeing here is, again, the detached garage and existing landscape and trees that are being retained to hide the home in a lot of aspects and to create this connection to the forest, as well as a two-story residence that has a new landscape yard in the back that connects the residence and this ADU back to nature. Also helps to change some things when it comes to privacy. And when it comes to the square footage and the lot coverage, the new building really is about the exact same coverage as what is there currently, notwithstanding the deck. The deck, if it was there, our proposal is actually less than that in a lot of aspects. But what we're proposing, again, is that the idea of this project takes into account the preservation of the forest and the idea of this house being subdued while specifically looking at privacy. Our client came to us and said, you know, the deck in the back looks onto the south, it looks onto the west, it even looks onto the north through the slats that are the privacy fence. So we reduced the deck that is existing currently to only a 10-foot width instead of a 30, still providing the connection to the outdoors and that view, that beautiful view that the house currently has off of that deck. And so that'll be directly on top of the ADU. Also, this house is half level underground, half level above ground on that first floor, which brings us into that conversation of how we're trying to shrink that home down. Currently, we have the ability to exceed onto a second story, but we chose not to. We are well underneath the height limit, and you can see we're trying to stay underneath the height limit of the neighboring home even. So this house still has a very diminutive presence on the street and within the forest, even shown with the renderings. A couple clarifications that we've made already since the staff report. First one being that we actually fixed the ridge line. So to respond to the neighbor across the street, we actually dropped the ridge line 1 foot by doing two things. One was actually keeping and fixing the plate height information that Evan brought up. Thank you so much for that. But also by moving the ridge line to a more traditional gable form, so it's not asymmetric. So the ridge of the house is actually 2 feet lower, but it's actually forward towards the street, giving it a presence that actually from the side would look like a traditional gable. And then that plate height issue, we found that the existing grade, we had dropped our new grade, which we didn't have to do on that side of house. So we actually brought the grade back up to existing. It doesn't change anything in our plans, but we still retain that 18-foot plate height. So no change needs to be made there. And that really goes back to this idea that the house itself, in the two-story volume, having fairly shallow floor plates, is buried and it's subdued from the context. And we really wanted to give honor back to the characteristics of this neighborhood by not being ostentatious in the mass and the scale of the home. This is our version of the contemporary cottage. So again, the things that I want to just say is that the ideas from the design guidelines that we really became attached to and wanted to emphasize included preserving the forest character with the honoring of the trees and keeping the house stepped back away from those beautiful trees in the front yard, burying the home using the topography naturally, burying the home that is 2 stories, site coverage, honoring the site coverage, not going over, taking care of our permeability. We want to make sure that we reduce that site coverage so that we could also create pockets of privacy. And the privacy itself is something we're really trying to give back to the neighbors, which having been on that deck, we do feel that, giving 10 feet rather than 30 feet of rear deck in that yard helps in a lot of ways to give back to the privacy. And as staff member Evan Court gave a really beautiful presentation on those windows. Those windows are purposeful and they are meant to provide beautiful natural light to the interiors while not sacrificing the privacy of the residents and also the neighbors. So thank you. And I can answer any questions that the staff, director, commissioners have. Thank you so much.
Andrew, I had one quick question for you. Do the story poles, particularly for the ridge line that we saw today, does that represent the you said 2 feet lowering the ridge?
one foot lowering, and that change has only occurred as of the last 24 hours. So we have not updated the story poles since we just made that change.
Okay, so it's you you're proposing to lower the ridge 1 foot with this by changing I guess it's the pitch of the roof, right? And centering
it's the pitch and the location of the ridge
right,
line.
Of the ridge, yeah. Right. Okay, I just wanted for the commission to be clear what we were looking at today. Okay, do any of the other commissioners have some questions for the architect?
I do.
Commissioner Dels?
So one of the things that I think I'm going to start doing when we have designs that might be categorized as more modern or contemporary is to ask the question related to our design guidelines. And again, our design guidelines can be frustrating in their vagueness sometimes and even cross purpose. And but an underlying theme in our design guidelines is we ask architects to achieve, but to add variety architecturally to our community. And check, we did that. But at the same time, being completely integrated with the community. And I think you addressed that, and I appreciate it, Andrew, from forest character, et cetera. But architecturally, how have you found some inspiration in the neighboring architecture, and how have you blended that into your design? And these are questions that are, to be fair, more appropriate for final, but we're kind of trying to tease some things out here a little bit. So I just wanted to give you a chance to give us a little more.
Yeah, so architecture in general is not just the auspice of aesthetics, meaning what you see, but what you feel. So the house, first of all, takes into account the scale and the massing of the neighbors. So we did not propose anything that would be ostentatious in its mass and scale. When it comes to aesthetics and the color and the visualization of the house, the addition of the wood and even some of the coloration of the roof and the metal panels, they come from neighboring projects, but they also are, they're not bright and too vibrant in being outside of the idea of blending into nature. They pick up cues of the forest, but we are looking for the direction of what materials, what design ideas would you encourage us to look at again or to change? Because it is interesting that the guidelines say, provide variety, but stay the same. So I get it, I understand.
Okay, are there any other questions for the architect from the commissioners? Okay, seeing no questions, no hands up. I'm going to open it up to the public for their comments. I see, Sherry, you have your hand up first. You want to go ahead? You have 3 minutes to make your comments.
You have to unmute first.
It's at the bottom left of your screen, the unmute button. If you just
okay, got it.
There you go.
Got
Okay.
it. Thank you, commissioners. As a close neighbor, these are my views. I thank you very much for your hard work on this project. I'm a 44-year resident of Dolores between 1st and 2nd. I feel that this plan is unacceptable due to the massiveness of this. They have a house, a garage, and a 745 square foot proposed ADU with a rooftop deck that stares down into my neighbors. Bill Askew's property is unrepresented tonight. He was basically the head of Carmel Public Works for 40 years, and he would roll over in his grave if he saw what was going to happen to his property. He would lose all of his privacy. There would be lights and people looking into all of his windows. It's unacceptable. I also think that the Askew property to the south is unrepresented because Renata Askew is not represented tonight as well, and she is the direct neighbor. I think that the rooftop deck on the ADU, which is 745 square feet, would eliminate all privacy from all the properties, including mine. From our kitchen, we see the story poles. From our deck, we see the story poles. From all part of our properties, we can see this development. I think it's too massive. The house, the garage, the ADU, the rooftop decks. And the other thing is the style of the property is if you walk Dolores Street, San Carlos Street, any of the streets in Carmel, this is like a white elephant. There are no modern buildings in Carmel that match or even blend into the neighborhood. And I think this property could blend in with a different design, but it does not at this point. Also, because of so much coverage, I'm afraid that because our neighborhood has a clay shelf, which was identified many, many years ago, we've had flooding and mud flow for many, many years. It's going to alter the water flow and the runoff to detriment to the properties downhill. I thank you so much for hearing my concerns, and I thank you. And I also want to make a point about the bamboo. Bamboo will run rampant, and if it's not a problem to change that preferred plant, I think that'd be a great idea. Also, I would like to know how much coverage is on that property. The metal roof is not traditionally Carmel. The stucco is not traditionally Carmel. The windows are not traditionally Carmel. And this is all the Carmel style is not. And thank you for hearing me. And this is my personal opinion. God bless you all.
Thank you for your comments. I see Carol Hall, would you like to speak?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to acknowledge that several letters have been sent in that are not supportive of this design that haven't been mentioned at this point. But I would like to acknowledge their existence, including one that I sent in that I will read at this point, and it's a bit harsh, so I want to apologize ahead of time for that. But I live within a block of the said property, and I'm not complaining as a neighbor, although I certainly could. I am protesting the plans as a resident of Carmel-by-the-Sea, and the plans are for a 2-story or 1.5, whatever you want to call it, sunk down modern structure that I hesitate to describe as a home. This may qualify as one of the least acceptable designs yet proposed for our village by the sea. The plan should be scrapped, in my opinion, and a totally new design proposed that is in keeping with the charm and ambiance of our village. I cannot even call this proposed design fine for other communities such as Seaside or San Jose, not known for their special village character as we are. I don't need to go on. You get the picture. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Carol. That's all your comments?
That's it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Karen Berner, is that your correct name or?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Well, first I want to thank the owner for coming out and reaching out to me. I did write a letter, and she responded and came over and introduced herself, and we had a good talk about some potential changes that can be made. But basically, my concerns are, as I emphasized in my letter, the topography concerns, according to Design Code 3.0, should talk about the design should include ways to retain the water on the site. And I talked to my gardener about that today, and he said that we need to have a drain pit, a leach field, and a sump pump in order to keep this coming down, because as Sherry mentioned, we've got a lot of runoff coming down. And if you're digging down into the ground, going below ground already, and it's already going to be coming downhill, it just naturally is going to go that way. So we need to make special accommodations. And it should be engineered right. In addition, the privacy concerns that keep coming up that I keep hearing that are not a concern, I strongly disagree. This deck is going to be 4 or 5 feet above the fence line, and it's glass walled. looking directly into my neighbor's yard, but also into mine. And I understand that it's only 10 feet wide, but I just don't see that it's back far enough that it doesn't pose a visual into my yard. I can see it from the story poles are very visual, even from my living room windows, my patio, my bedrooms. I can see it from everywhere. So I don't think that when we go up even higher and have a view from the top of the ADU, which isn't built yet, I just don't agree with what you're saying. I would like to work with the neighbor to figure out what might work, but I just don't agree with it as it is. I would like to figure out if we could do some foliage accommodations that might work. I'm hoping that would be acceptable. So thank you.
Karen, could you just remind the commission where you live in relation to the project?
I live at Dolores 2 southeast of First, so I am catty corner. So where their ADU is the corner of my property.
So you're the south corner or the north corner?
I'm the south corner.
Okay, thank you.
And that's where the runoff's going to come because of the way the slope is. I'm very concerned about that.
That gives us some perspective when we know exactly where you're located.
Thank you.
We can, see the significance of your concerns. Okay. Who else do we have who'd like to address the commission? We have any hands? How about Mary Bell? And then we'll work to Victor. And then I think Allie wants to make some comments. So Mary, you can, there you go.
I need to unmute, yeah. Well, I'm the lucky neighbor that lives across the street who's going to lose a significant amount of my view. Obviously, I'm not happy about that. I thought the story poles need to come down a foot so I can see what's going on there, but I'm not sure that a foot's going to do that much for me because I have a really wonderful view from my dining room kitchen area. And I'm concerned that I've lived in this house for 35 years and I like it. And I've enjoyed this view every single morning I've lived here. And to lose this much of it all the way across to me is very sad. And in terms of the design of the house, I'm not sure it adds a great deal to the charm or ambiance of Carmel. It's pretty stark, and I would think there might be a way to do something to warm it from the outside anyway. I don't have a concern with the back, but that's not where I can't see the back. And I understand, having been in that house many times, how high the deck is now and how much you can see of the neighbor's property behind. There must be a better way to screen that property on the backside to protect the people who live on the backside. And that's my concern is, as I said, primarily the view. And I hate to say it, but I don't think 1 foot down is going to do much to save anything, but I would like to certainly see the story poles come down. It was pretty fuzzy today when all the commissioners came up to see, but on a clear day, it's really a beautiful view, not only from my house, but from the corner driving down the street. Anybody coming across that street is going to see a much less of the ocean, which we all try to preserve. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mary. Victor, did you want to make some comments? You need to unmute there at the bottom left of your screen. There you go.
Yeah, thank you. Commissioners and Planner Evan, thank you for your time. Obviously, you spent a fair amount of time on this application. We live on San Carlos, 4 southwest of First, so just 2 doors down. My wife and I purchased the home a couple years ago with the hope of retiring here in a few years when our girls get out of the house and go to college and all that. So Carmel was very special to us. My wife and I got married here 20 plus years ago. And frankly, there was no place else we wanted to live except for the Carmel Woods area eventually. In large part because of the neighborhood, the community, and the kind of integrity of everything. And I am all for applicants and owners spending money to invest in their home and upgrades and all that. But I really think the architectural integrity of this home, the garage, the design, is just not in keeping with San Carlos, Dolores Street, and really the immediate area. I just think it's just really out of character with the community that's there. And again, all for folks wanting to spend money and design their home and upgrade, but it just seems really out of character. And I think my neighbor Sherry kind of hit it on the head. I mean, it really looks kind of like a white elephant in comparison to the other homes in the area. And I think there have been a number of quality remodels and upgrades down San Carlos, down Dolores, down Mission, which really added to the neighborhood. And I did have an opportunity earlier today to speak with the owner, Mrs. Bauer. I think she's very well intended, and again, all for her making creating this home the way she wants, but it just, again, does not feel like it's in keeping. The garage, the 20-degree slant of it. By the way, I work in commercial development, and I think I'm pretty astute at reviewing plans. I struggle just to understand how that actually worked, to be very upfront with you. Again, I'm all for trying to create something kind of new and modern, but it seemed to be just, again, just not in keeping with the neighborhood. So anyway, those are my main comments. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Victor. Allie, did you want to make some comments? I saw you there somewhere. There you are. You need to undo your mutes at the bottom left there. There you go.
Okay. I would just like to say that I think this gentleman just saying it's not in keeping is probably the greatest understatement I've ever heard. I think it's the worst design I have ever seen to be planted in our gorgeous little town. We live here because it's a magical little place. It's different, it's unique, and people come from all over the world to spend a few days, a week. They get married here. They have their honeymoons here. They raise their children here. They do everything here. I met people in Venice on a cruise of the Greek Isles. They were from Venice. They actually came here from Venice, Italy, to get married. People don't come to this town so they can look at this modern stuff you can see anywhere else. They come here because this town has a unique, a profoundly wonderful character. It has a magic to it. And what these modern homes are doing that look like medical walk-in clinics combined with a Starbucks are destroying the quality of Carmel. And it's going to proliferate, and it's not going to get any better if we keep permitting it. So we the people need to speak up. And I have sitting right next to me the next door neighbor, Renati Manon. She lives next door to this plan that's going whatever it's going to do. And I think she's in a state of shock after seeing this drawing or picture or whatever we're going to call it. It's beyond my comprehension how anybody would want to have this type of a building in Carmel-by-the-Sea. I mean, I'm in a state of shock, okay? That's all I have to say.
Thank you for your comments, Allie. Did the neighbor want to make some comments?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. You have the floor.
Thank you. My name is Hong Sha, and I actually live right next to Mary. I am on the east side of San Carlos, so I actually see this new home right from my north side of the window and also the south side, but at different angles. And I have great sympathy for Mary because the significant proportion of the ocean view that she would have lost if this new building is going to be erected, even at 1 foot lower, still she would lose a lot of ocean view. And in terms of the size of this home and also the style of the home, I think my neighbor Victor and others, they have said very eloquently, which I have questions as well. I have moved to Carmel for the last 10 years, and we have this vacation home, and we have enjoyed this unique beauty of Carmel, and my family has really tried to keep whatever we have as is, especially in the front of the house and on the sides of the house where the neighbors would see, because we want to be harmonious with the community. And I think that historical harmony right now, it is under threats and it's endangered. So I would request the commissioners to work together and to help the residents to enjoy this unique beauty, and then to showcase the visitors from all over the world that we are different. We're not trying to be something else. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, I see a hand over here. I don't have a name. Go ahead. You have a mask on. Would you like to speak?
Speak.
Go ahead.
My name is Renati Mannon, and I live right next to what used to be the Hunt's house. Prominent doctor from the Mayo Clinic lived there for many years. My parents have lived there since the early 60s. The house at one time belonged to Joe Mora, 1921 vintage. When I received this public notice that the house was going to be next door, was going to be demolished, it was a shock to me because it, for so many years, my parents were neighbors of the Hunts on both sides. I'm a neighbor of the DeMellos. You know, we have a long history of living in that home. I'm kind of at a shock when last night, until late into the night, I looked at the plans which Carol had sent to me, and I couldn't believe what I saw. I can't use any other word but ugly garage fronting San Carlos. Even coming down, you know, driving down San Carlos, I can't imagine anyone would say, oh, what a beautiful home. Mine isn't the most modern home, 1921 vintage, you know, there's a lot of things that probably need to be done. But when I heard that they were going to be tearing down the hedge, the fence that is there, that hedge is probably 50, 60 years old. That's going to go. And I'm not quite sure at this point even how it's going to impact me. In the past, the water drainage and stuff was impacted. I had 3 feet of water in my workshop down below, simply because a sprinkler system was left on by renters in the house. And I now have to use a bilge pump every time, you know, we have heavy rains and stuff. So I'm a little worried about, you know, how it's going to impact me. I'm still kind of in shock. I don't know. I'm disappointed that the character of Carmel is being abused, you know, and I don't think we deserve that. You know, there are so many beautiful homes here and creative designs and all that. And then to come up with something that is, I don't know, I heard somebody describe it, it looked like a trailer park, right? What was it?
The garage looks like a trailer.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, I saw John, you had your hand up. John, would you like to make your comments?
Yeah, I'd like to touch on a couple of things. I'll kind of start with the basically with the ADU. We're talking about a duplex. I understand that it's a ministerial approval of the ADU, and that's what we got handed, and you have to deal with that. But detaching the garage and putting it at the edge of right-of-way and up against the north property line gets rid of any parking that would be between the driveway and the right-of-way. I realize that the pavement is not the width of the right-of-way, but it does give you enough to park if the garage is set back. And basically what you're doing, if you approve the design with the garage at the edge of the right-of-way, this is 2 dwelling units on this property. And basically what you're doing is you're shoving the extra parking on the neighbors. There's no parking. You might get 1 car in front of that garage, and that's it. So it's not right to lean on the rest of the neighbors to absorb the parking problem you have created. So that's one comment. The garage door design, I can't tell you how that's going to work. And I know if you have something square back like a Land Rover, it cuts capacity of the garage by probably 2 feet. I don't know. I mean, as far as this building being in character of Carmel, it's not. There's no discernible architectural style to it, even if you're trying to make a cubist building. You've got a slanted roof. You got stuff that looks like it was pulled off of every design board, cobbled together to say, hey, let's go to the Planning Commission and see if we can get this through. It needs to be something that holds with Carmel Village. It's where we live. I live on San Carlos, about 2 doors down from Mary. And this is not the character of the street. There is nothing on this street that has anything close to do with this style of architecture. It doesn't, I'm sorry, it doesn't belong in Carmel. Drive up and down the street. Look at the 2 new houses that were just built north of First. That is a residential style that matches with the neighborhood. This doesn't. And you know, it's the old thing about how many rivets can you lose on an airplane before it falls apart? And so what do you do with this style? You don't do it. You do something harmonious so that it retains its village caricature. And the elevation with the rendering of the front of this house showing a driveway, that is completely out of scale. It shows the driveway being as long as the garage, and that obviously is not to scale. It also omits any of the hand railing on the stairs. I don't know how you're going to deal with that, but so to speak, I agree with this is not the neighborhood or the place to build this. It is definitely not a place to do away with parking when you're making this basically a duplex. So you have to have a standard setback on the garage. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments, John. Okay, do we have anyone?
Which one? Marsha Green or Michael Marsha?
Do we have any more, anyone else from the public that would like to address the Planning Commission regarding this? Is it Carol DeMello? Is it she? Okay, I don't see her hand going up. I thought maybe she wanted to speak. I don't see anybody else. So I'm going to close the public comments, open it up to the commissioners for their comments. Commissioner Delves, would you like to be in?
Oh, thank you, Chairman. Where to start? I've been troubled from the start on this one. And, you know, we're still trying to figure out these ADUs and, you know, the fact that they have to get approved ministerially because the state government says so, which is beyond frustrating. But that is what it is. But it seems like the applicant here chose a path of getting an ADU approved ministerially and getting a building permit for it. And that was step number one. And then step number two was to tear down the existing home and rebuild it. And unfortunately, step two is a victim of step one, in that the approved ADU took up a certain amount of square footage on the lot. Being one story, it took up more, and that doesn't leave much left for the house. And now they're asking for essentially relief from that decision, and to go up higher. And I appreciate that it is below the maximum height, but also pushing the higher point of the house more uphill and towards the street instead of back further away from the street, which would have been possible if the ADU wasn't there. But especially the garage and the detached garage moving into the right of way and forward. So I think the decision tree, the decision process that this applicant has made, I think has just resulted in some mass and scale. And that's really what preliminary design, or this conceptual phase, is about, is more mass and scale than what exactly the building looks like. And I just think the mass and scale is wrong. And it would be better if this home could take advantage of the entire 4,000 square foot lot instead of just half of it. I will comment on the design. I tend to, again, I'm not opposed to modern. I'm not opposed to contemporary. And I think architects over the last 120 years in Carmel have been allowed to celebrate new things. So I'm certainly not opposed to it. And, I'm sure a lot of people didn't like the Frank Lloyd Wright house when it went up. So I'm always going to be open-minded. But I think a lot of the people who have spoken up have made the point that this particular design just doesn't seem to fit. It doesn't seem inspired by the neighborhood. It really does seem like something that somebody saw somewhere else and fell in love with and wanted to bring to Carmel, as opposed to something that was inspired organically by Carmel. So I think going forward, to the architect, I think you really got, well, the applicant, I think you really got to think about the consequences of the ADU and what that's done to mass and scale. But I really would encourage you to rethink the design. And I'm not going to give you more input on that because that's not my job. I don't understand the garage. I just don't get it. I think that's it.
Thank you, Commissioner Delves. Commissioner Locke, would you like to make your comments at this time?
Sure. I agree with Commissioner Delves on many of his points. And I have to also agree that I'm not supportive of this design in this neighborhood. It, to me, is out of place. The garage door in particular just is so glaring. It's too stark. It's very different. I'm not against different. I'm not against modern design. I just think it's in the wrong place in this case. In terms of things that Commissioner Delves didn't mention that I will bring up, just regarding, I do believe this whole project does need to be redesigned. But in the project that is proposed today, I have a concern about the different roofing materials. There are at least 2, possibly 3 different types of materials. You've got a roof deck, you've got the standing seam metal roof, And then the garage has a membrane with gravel, I think, on the top. You know, I think we've said in the past, we want to see it that simplified, not a bunch of different types of materials. The deck railings, I certainly have an issue with clear deck railings in this case. Before I go there, I want to also just mention that when there was a comment about the story poles from one of the neighbors in the back that could look up and see those story poles, keep in mind that those are not in the right place, and that the actual roof deck is much lower than the story poles depict. But the roof deck does look down on on at least 3 properties, possibly 4 of the properties right there. I'm concerned about the neighbor to the north, Mr. Elliott's property. He's not there to represent himself. There were still envelopes sitting on the on his front porch, and I think that deck looks directly down into his living areas. I would like to see a solid or opaque railing on any deck that is approved. And I also think it's important that we see the flagging so that we really get an idea of what that impact is to the neighbors. I do want to mention a landscape water permit is required for this project. It has what I would consider a fairly decent sized pond. There's also a proposed Japanese garden on the deck, the rooftop deck. Both of those may or may not fall into what would be considered water efficient in our area, but that would have to be part of the landscape project. I am adamantly against bamboo, and I would say that I would not want to see any bamboo in this project. I mean, clearly if the applicant has their potted plants and they put bamboo in a potted plant, nobody has anything to say about that, but I really don't want to see that around here. Colors, I definitely think that stark white or white in general in that neighborhood is out of place. It should blend in with the natural surroundings. And so I would definitely say that the color palette for that project should keep that in mind. The floating stairway, one of the neighbors actually mentioned something I hadn't even thought of, which is the railing. I didn't see a railing on those steps. That's something that certainly would need to be considered. Yeah, I think that's, there's only one really modern house that I can think of in that neighborhood, and that was the former Mayor Burnett's house. I think that you're in an area that was developed in the early 20s, and that whatever project goes on this property, it really needs to keep in mind the surroundings. And I just think that this design is too progressive.
Thank you, Commissioner Locke. Commissioner Lehman, your comments.
Yeah, right now I'm feeling like I want to take Andrew Goodwin home and wrap him in a blanket so he can hide for a while. I just feel there are ways to critique projects, and I'm an artist and a designer, so I'm very familiar with it, and but I want to say some things about Carmel in general, because this seems to keep coming up, and I feel like it's important to be said that this town was founded by, or the city now, by a bunch of crazy half-drunk bohemians, and they were artists and writers, and they were creative, and they were fabulous, and we weren't founded by a lot of people that were stuck in their ways. We were founded by people that were forward thinking. And I don't think the house is the right project for this lot, but I want to applaud the architect for for what he's done with the lot, which is a difficult lot to work with. There are certain things that I felt if the house had been softened a little bit, that the wood that's just on the wood section that's just on the face of it needs to wrap that house. And we never leave anything on an outside corner like that without we don't terminate it on an outside corner. And I think if the wood wrapped the house, it gets more palatable. I think everyone has had comments about the shape of the garage, and I think that is so off-putting that it doesn't leave you with any grace, Andrew, to continue. It stops people in their tracks, and that's what's tough. I think if the founders had, or the people that came before, in the early 20th century, in the 1900s, 1910, 1915, 1920, if they had objected to contemporary architecture, we wouldn't have the Frank Lloyd Wright. And we probably wouldn't have had the craziness of Tor House and the Tower, which is amazing. And, we have to realize that we're not a theme park. And I don't want to live in a theme park. I don't want to live in Solvang. I want to live in Carmel, but I want to live in Carmel because there are a lot of bright, interesting, forward-thinking people here. And in order to have that, we have to have architects of your caliber that will design here. So I think you've got a fascinating bio, and I don't want that to be ignored. I think you've got amazing talents. And I don't like to see any artist ripped apart by the townspeople. It's not gracious, it's not kind, and it's really outrageous. And it makes me ashamed to be a citizen here, honestly. I think there's a way to do this, but it has to be redone. And I think it's important that you come back to us to the Planning Commission with a revitalized design, and it's going to take a lot of work, and Evan did so well working with you, and it's a huge project because there's a lot of complexity to it, a lot that people really don't understand. But I know that the planning department will work with you to get something that hopefully that will work. And you might have to make some concessions, but you will succeed here. I hope, because I think you have talent that should be around here. So I thank you for your work.
Thank you, Commissioner Lehman. I think your comments as a fellow artist are really poignant, and I really appreciate what you just said. This project creates a real opportunity for a lot of discussion, and that's really brought the community out, and I think that's a good thing. I mean, the challenge of Carmel is that we are a community with a very distinct architectural character, which started, in the early part of the 20th century. As Commissioner Lehman pointed out, there was a lot of artists that came here, and there was a lot of artistic ideas. And I think from listening to the architect, I understand that he looked at this setting and used that to frame his creative process to come up with a design. And I really appreciate that. And our guidelines specifically encourage variety and creativity. And I think there's been some things said here tonight which have been a little bit condescending as to the abilities and what this architect has tried to bring. And creativity many times can be abrupt. You know, that's just the nature of the creative process. When you really push the envelope, sometimes you come up with a very an idea or concept, and particularly in architecture because it's so physical. It's, you know, and the scale of it is large. You risk that, and this has been the history of architecture throughout, you know, history. That you see many types of architecture that were maligned when they were presented and created, and then later on they became appreciated. But having said that, I think where this project fails in the context, and that's the key word here, the context of our community. And that is that, yes, it does create variety, but it doesn't make the connection to the neighborhood, the setting where it is, and it doesn't make the connection overall in our community. So, and it's, and another problem that it has, and I will admit I have a little problem with trying to make this statement with any authority because I'm not an architect, but I think where it has a problem is that, you know, in our key principles of architecture, the number 3 one says, be consistent within an individual building. It says, while diversity is encouraged throughout the community as a whole, consistency in the design throughout an individual building is very important. This is an essential ingredient of the design traditions of Carmel. So I think for what that says to me is that a building has to display the consistency throughout. And I see a lot of really creative ideas in this building, but it presents itself in an inconsistent way. And I think in 2 ways. One is that it doesn't make a consistent connection to our architectural history and also the setting which it's in. And it also within its own design, I think I can't see where the consistency is. You know, I see a lot of shapes, I see a lot of ideas, but it doesn't, when I look at it, I don't see a consistent, apparent theme. And I see a very interesting expression and example of the creative process, but I just can't see the consistency. And that could be my failing or whatever, but I think hearing the reaction of the community and my fellow commissioners, I think that is a valid criticism of this project. And I say criticism in the loosest way, because, you know, any comment is a criticism that is, you know, not supportive, but it doesn't mean that there isn't validity there. So to be specific, that's kind of the overall context in which I think this building is not making the connection to the community and the connection to itself and having consistency. But specifically, some of the things, and you know, part of this concept design process is to help a designer architect to, you know, come up with a better design. So I think specifically, some of the main problems with the building are, first of all, the garage. And obviously, some of the design elements are very unusual, but what it says with our detached garage is they should be subordinate to the design of the house. And this garage, because it is such a bold kind of design, it's a statement unto itself. And so it needs to be subordinate to the residents. The other specific issues of it are the privacy impacts to the neighbor across the street. I really think that, you know, lowering it just 1 foot is not going to address the impacts to her views, which I think are significant. I mean, I think part of the challenge is that what Commissioner Dell says. You started with this ADU, and that has pushed the you know, the footprint of the house and the needs of the house in terms of square footage and usage into a certain part of the lot. And I know the architect has tried to mitigate that by lowering that first story, that or some, you know, the lower floor into the grade. And that's a very valid way to do it, but it still is going to require a certain amount of height to get those 2 stories stacked on top of each other. And it as presented, I think it's even as modified with the 1 foot lower ridge height is still going to be a significant impact to that neighbor. we'll have to, final decision on that will have to be made with the revised story pills. So we'll have to see what's there. And we take significant, very, very, closely when we look at these projects. Significance sort of a subjective word, but we try to look at that. We don't, the owners don't own the views, but we don't want their views significantly obscured by a proposed project. So I think there is some significant impacts to the neighbors' views. Speaking of views, in the back, the deck certainly is going to impact those properties behind it with a glass railing. It already does. That's why there's a 6-foot-high fence or privacy screen there now, and raising it 4'4" is only going to make that worse. So that's a specific problem with it. What else? The other, then there's some specific things that some of the, I think we've already been spoken about. The entry stairs are very unusual and probably unsafe without a railing. I find this kind of rectangular tube or oriel design that's around the door, it's a very unusual approach to an entry. It's not that it couldn't work, but there again, I think you need to find some strong, consistent element here to, make this building consistent within itself and consistent within the context of the community. So I really feel like you're a very creative architect. I really respect that. I think you've got a good attitude, and I think that you can really come up with a good design here, working within the parameters that you have to work with. But I think you've heard a lot of direction here, and you've got some work ahead of you, but I'm very confident that you have the ability to do that. So those are my comments. We have a resolution. One of the things, I think is a little bit problematic with our design guidelines is that a lot of the statements about the context of the setting of the building and also within the context of the building itself, the consistency, that's in the final details. I mean, this house basically meets all the standards when you start with the guidelines in the design review, but you really have to look at that final statement, because you have to, the building has to exist within the context and the consistency of itself. So I think that's a little problematic. I hope that designers and architects read both the guidelines, the residential guidelines, and then the final, in the concept and final before they start these projects. And I'm sure you probably did, but I just wanted to state that needs to be done. So we have a resolution with recommended draft conditions, calling for volume study. The building height, the designers already addressed that in their revised, but the story poles need to be revised if the designer or architect wants to stick with that height. The color palette is in it's a third draft condition. Then we have a material sample board as a fourth. There was one out there on the site. For myself, I'm going to be interested to see what type of wood siding is being proposed. I think the real narrow vertical siding is a little bit problematic how it's being used, but that could provide consistency if it was used in a little different way. The garage door having that, with the 20-degree slope is creating a little problem. Then we have the number 5 is a concrete, and that's apparent. They want to put some color in there to mitigate it, and then just eliminate the bamboo. So if we have a motion.
Can I do a motion to?
Yeah, absolutely. Just jump in there.
I would like to do a motion. Oh, I'm sorry, Brandon. Go ahead.
It's okay.
I'm sorry. I didn't allow Brandon. He wants to make some comments. I just because this is the second time now, and I think it's important because the concept hearing that we are now is a little bit different than the final details. So I just wanted to give the commission some language about what really the
the required outcomes are of the decision, you know, continuance, denial, all that stuff. So if I could, with your permission, before you make a motion, let me just share something with you. And I'm sorry it's going to take a little bit longer, but I think it's important because we might see more of this as we see modern designs that maybe need some massaging. So in our code, it talks about in this concept phase, at the conclusion of the review, I'm going to read this. That's what we're talking about right now. The PC shall either 1, accept the design concept as submitted. So that would be a motion. 2, provisionally accept the design concept and provide additional direction to the applicant on plan revisions necessary to achieve compliance with all the design guidelines and or zoning standards. That's another option. You could provisionally accept the design standard but say this, and this has to happen. And then we would move on to final details. Or 3, continue the design concept for preparation of a new design concept if it's substantially out of compliance with the zoning standards or the design guidelines. So that's your third option, is to, similar to what you did at the last hearing, continue the item because it's far enough out of character with the design guidelines or the zoning standards, and direct the applicant to come back with a revised design. One thing we didn't talk about last time, if applicants have an option, if that third choice is made, if they're unwilling to make those revisions as directed by the Planning Commission, they can actually request a straight denial by the Planning Commission. So we would come back at a future date with a denial resolution, and then that decision can be appealed to the City Council. But I don't think we need to focus on that. It sounds like we have someone that wants to work with the Planning Commission. So I would say focus on either 1, 2, or 3, either to accept the design concept as is, provisionally accept it with conditions and move it along to final, or 3, continue the design concept with direction to come back with a new design. So thank you for indulging me there. I just thought it was important to share that with you all.
Okay, so as I understand it, Brandon, we have the choice to deny it outright, or we can make a motion to give specific direction to bring back to us, or we can continue it. Is that correct?
Actually, denial is not one of your options. Your 3 options are either A, to accept it as is and move it along to final.
Accept it, give direction, specific direction, or continue.
Correct. That's right.
Thank you. I just want to make sure I got that correct. And the other thing which I forgot to do, and I'm going to ask the applicant if they want to take advantage of this, I typically allow rebuttal time. You can have rebuttal time, but I want you to know that if I allow rebuttal time, I'm going to have to open up the public for additional comments. So it could lead to other comments. So at this time, but I am going to give you the opportunity if you want to have rebuttal time. Mr. Goodman, I'm asking you.
I have no rebuttal. I want to thank the commissioners and the public for comments, specifically Commissioner Lehman. Thank you so much for those comments. I love criticism, and I accept it, and I take it because it only makes things stronger. So I appreciate that, but I have no rebuttal to those comments.
Okay, thank you. I think those comments speak to your character. Okay, Commissioner Lehman, you were about to work on a...
Yeah, I would like to make a motion to continue and give the applicant time to either refine this design or to come up with a new design. But I think that's up to the architect to make that decision. But I would move for continuance.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion to continue the application. It's been made and seconded. Is there any more discussion from the commission or staff?
Nope.
Okay, roll call, please.
Commissioner Delves?
Yes.
Commissioner Lehman?
Yes.
Commissioner Locke?
Yes.
Chair LePage?
Yes. Okay, the motion is carried to continue the project. I want to thank everybody for their comments. Because of the length of discussion, the hour, I'm going to propose a 15-minute recess at this time. So when are we gonna, we'll reconvene, what, 5 to 8? Be 7:55? Is that correct? 15 minutes?
No. Oh, yeah, 7:55.
Okay, so we're gonna take a recess this time for 15 minutes. Okay, it's 7:55, and I'm going to reconvene the meeting. So is everybody here? I guess we better have a roll call.
Commissioner Dells,
Here.
Commissioner Lehman, I don't know if she's back yet. Commissioner Lott,
Here.
Chair LePage,
Here.
Commissioner Lehman,
I see her. She's muted.
Is she?
I don't see her.
Oh, I'm sorry. I see her square.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're back up and running. Okay, continue with the public hearings. We are on item number 8. This is a design study. It's design study 21-350 or 6. Need my glasses on here. This is the Foley Project's consideration of a concept design study for a 385 square foot single story addition to an existing 1,157 square foot single story residence, inclusive of an attached garage located on Casanova Street, 3 southwest of 13th Avenue in the R1 zone. May I have the staff report, please?
Well, thank you, Chair LePage. So the project before you is a concept design study for the Foley residence. The project site is a 4,000 square foot lot. The existing residence is 1,157 square feet with an attached garage. The applicant is proposing a 385 square foot addition to the rear of the house for a master bedroom suite. So there are 2 trees on the property, trees number 6 and 7, that are in proximity to where the proposed addition would be located. Tree number 6 is an oak. It has been rated significant. Tree number 7 is a magnolia and has been rated not significant by the city forester. There are no additional tree planting requirements for this project. So the proposed addition is a single story addition, 385 square feet at the rear of the residence. The green circles represent the existing oak and magnolia trees. The applicant is proposing the addition in the center of these trees to avoid critical root zones. The addition would be attached to the main residence via a hyphen or a narrow hallway. The existing cottage has a plate height that's a little over 9 feet. The proposed addition would have a plate height of 11 feet 10 inches at the highest point. Despite the increase, the addition is not visible from the public way. So the proposed roof form for the addition is a flat roof. The hyphen or hallway would have a pitch of 1 in 12, with the addition over the roof being 2 in 12. The existing residence has a combination of roof forms, including both 2 in 12 and 3 in 12 pitched gables, as well as a couple flat roof forms. So the addition would be consistent with the form of the existing cottage. While this is concept only, the applicant has indicated that the addition will have all finished materials to match the existing cottage, including the board and batten siding. And staff will bring additional details forward at the final review. The project also includes a new fence parallel to the driveway to enclose the front yard with a new gate. Additional details on this fencing gate will also be provided at final details. And with that, staff's recommendation is to adopt a resolution accepting the concept design study. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions for staff from the commissioners?
No.
See anybody? I think we're good, Marnie. Okay, thank you. Okay, the applicant's architect is here. I see Eric, is it Wincoop? Am I pronouncing that correctly? Would you like to make your presentation at this time?
I just have a few short words. It's just, we wanted to add a quiet, non-controversial bedroom addition for my client, which gives her much needed square footage and a little bit of privacy in the courtyard area that we created through the architecture of the addition. Yeah, we did go ahead and incorporate flat roof for 2 reasons. The most recent additions to the home were flat roof, and we wanted it to blend well with all of its neighbors in the back end of the house, as well as to be not to be overshadowing of the front gable in the front. When we initially designed it with the gable in the back to match the original cottage, we found that it would pop up over the original cottage, and we didn't want that visibility from the street. So really, we designed this to be non-controversial as possible and to blend in with the neighborhood and not to be any privacy issues. And really just to try to be a really good neighbor, as my client would like to be to all of her immediate neighbors, and also get a little bit more square footage.
Okay, are there any questions for the architect from the commission? I don't think so. Okay, thank you for your comments. Members of the public, is there any members of the public that would like to address the commission regarding this application? I don't think I see any hands going up. I think we're losing attendance as the evening goes on. Okay, I'll only close the public hearing and open it up to the commissioners. Commissioner Locke, would you like to start off?
Sure. Very simple on my comments on this. This project is really sensitive to the neighborhood. I think it's fabulous, and it's really nice to see the finish is going to match the existing cottage. I have absolutely no problem with this. So thank you for bringing this to us.
Okay, Commissioner Lehman?
Yeah, I don't have any problems with it. I think it's, the whole addition is in the back of the house, so there's nothing visible to the street. And if the owners are happy with it, then so be it.
Commissioner Delves?
Nothing to add. Eric, you accomplished non-controversial. Let's vote.
That's a good comment. It's a good characterization. Yeah, this is a nice project. Staff obviously has identified all the findings necessary to support it. I think the architect has done a great job of working with the existing structure and the lot, the trees, and really come up with it's kind of an interesting design. It doesn't have a lot of impacts, but it has a lot of creativity, I think, that was put into it. So I'm very supportive of it. So we have the resolution from staff. I don't have it open here. A little slow on that.
There's not much to it, Michael, really.
Yeah. Well, let me get a second here and open it up, take a look. Make sure we're okay. Yeah, recommended draft conditions are just volume study, number 1, tree protection measures, 2, and that's it. And that's the rest of the standard conditions. So, so can we have a motion?
Sure, I'll do it.
Go.
I'm sorry, I lost here it is. I recommend approval for Foley DS 21-356. This is concept design for a 385 square foot single story addition located on Casanova Street, 3 southwest of 13th in the single family residential district. And I'm looking for the resolution. So along with special conditions, we've satisfied, the recommendation is the draft conditions 1 and 2. 1 is volume study and 2 is tree protection measures. And that's it.
Okay, so the motion is to accept the resolution as presented by staff in its entirety.
Right.
Second?
Yes.
Second. Okay, is there any more discussion on this item? Seeing none, can we have roll call, please?
Yes, Commissioner Delves?
Yes.
Commissioner Lehman?
Yes.
Commissioner Lovick?
Yes.
Chair LePage?
Yes, the motion is carried. Thank you. Okay, so the next item on our agenda tonight and our last item on the public hearing is a design study DS 21-318, the Tata residence. This is consideration of a combined concept and final design study and associated coastal development permit for a 285 square foot addition to an existing 1,141 square foot residence with a 340 square foot attached garage located in the R1 zone. Can we have staff report, please?
Saray, I believe you're muted. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Unmuting.
There you go. You got
Thank
it.
you. Thank you, Chair. This is going to be a combined concept and final design study. And the background of the project, the project sits on a 4,000 square foot lot, and it has also a 340 square foot attached garage. And the applicant is proposing the increase of the floor area by 285, which is going to include a 254 square foot sunroom addition, as well as a 31 square foot entryway addition. And the additional project components include replacing 3 existing windows, adding 2 French doors, and side coverage. According to the City Forest, there are 8 significant trees in and around the lot: 1 Monterey pine, 2 Monterey cypress, and 3 coastal live oak, as well as 2 others. And according to the City Forest, condition of approval number 14 stipulates that safety measures must be taken, and also there's no new tree is recommended. In terms of privacy and view, there's minimal privacy and view impact on the addition. And the sunroom actually sits below the existing residence by about 1 foot and 4 inches. And the new windows are generally in the same direction and location. And there's going to be they're going to be adding 2 French sliding doors. One's going to be facing north and one's going to be facing west. But there is a cedar railing that's going to be wrapping around both the north and the west side. And that is about 3 feet 6 inches, adding further to the privacy. Also, the distance between the west side French sliding door to the property line to the resident to the west is about 10 feet 2 inches. And also the 5 significant trees around the new addition and other vegetation also provides additional privacy. And in terms of mass and bulk, the addition does not significantly increase mass and is compatible with the site of the adjacent properties. And the building and roof form, it's a very simple addition. The skylight, there are 3 new ones, and they are on the south side, so they are not visible from the street. And the new addition does maintain 3 and 12 pitch throughout. And in terms of the finishing details, the material, the colors, and the similar to the existing house, and it will have the same kind of matching properties. In terms of site coverage, it's non-conforming currently, and the 262 square foot deck will be removed to accommodate the new addition of the sunroom, and they're proposing to reduce the site coverage from 904 square feet to 555 square feet. And there is a condition of approval number 32. There is an encroachment permit that they must maintain for the existing stone wall. And the new site coverage they're introducing, there's gravel on a raised terrace, and also there's a front deck that wraps around the sunroom, and the driveway has pavers and sand. And the lighting, they're proposing a bronze downlight, which has a 120 volt integrated LED light with 300 lumen output, and it is also dark sky compliant, and which is keeping with design standards. And the staff recommends the Planning Commission adopt a resolution to approve a combined concept and a final design. And with this, I conclude my presentation, and happy to take any questions you have.
Are there any questions for Surrey from the commissioners? I don't see anybody raising their hand, so I think we're good, Surrey. Thank you very much for that presentation. Eric, would you like to make your presentation at this time? Did
Eric,
you hear me, Eric?
Hopefully you can hear me. I can't see any of you all, but hopefully you can see me. There we are. Hi, everybody again. So the idea here, as I kind of briefly discussed on the tour today, is to create a sunny enclosed spot on the property with sound barrier qualities and much needed interior access to the laundry and the garage, which is in the garage, and the basement level, which includes a proper new entry, which it didn't have before. Also to increase the enjoyable square footage and to mitigate the constant automotive noise off of Santa Lucia. The addition is virtually invisible from the street, so we're also hoping this will be a smooth project.
Those are all your comments, Eric?
That's it.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for the architect from the commission? Okay, I'll open it up to the public. Is there anyone from the public that would like to address the planning commission regarding this application? Don't see any hands going up. Not a lot of people left. Okay, I'll close the public comments, open it up to the commissioners. Commissioner Locke, would you like to begin?
And yet another one of these projects that I think is very a good project. Thank you, Eric. I think that this is, it fits very nicely with the existing building. There are no concerns that I have about it, and I'm supportive. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Locke. Commissioner Lehman. You're muted, Commissioner Lehman.
Well, I just said ditto to Commissioner Locke. I don't have anything to add. It's a nice, clean design. I think they'll like the sunroom very much. I mean, there's very little that's going on there, so it's very simple. And thank you, Surrey, for your #1 project. Nice job.
Thank you, Commissioner Lehman. Commissioner Delves, your comments?
I will just ditto that ditto.
Doubling down on the ditto.
Yeah, Eric, I think what you've I think you've made this house, they're going to enjoy this house a lot more with really what looks like a simple addition, but it's just, yeah, they're going to be a lot happier there.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, it's a simple project. Shows a lot of sensitivity to connecting to the house, to the surrounding context. You know, I sometimes these simple projects are kind of overlooked, but you know, you always have to look at the overall situation, like I said, the context, and come up with a good idea. And you see sometimes the simplicity sort of belies the skill that goes into it. And this is done very skillfully. So I'm supportive as well. So we have a very simple resolution. There's only 2 conditions. Yeah, this is final. So there's special conditions, just a pre-construction meeting, and there's an encroachment permit for, there's an existing stone wall located in the right of way. So do we have a motion to accept the resolution as presented by staff?
Yeah, I moved to, regarding DS 21318 Tata, I move to accept the resolution in our packet as presented by staff.
Second.
Okay, the motion's been made and seconded to accept the resolution as presented by staff. Is there any more discussion? I don't see any, so can we have roll call, please?
Yes, Commissioner Delves?
Yes.
Commissioner Lehman?
Yes.
Commissioner Locke?
Yes.
Chair LePage?
Yes, motion is carried. Okay, thank you. Congratulations on both your projects tonight, Eric. You're 100 for 100. 2 for.
Thanks, everyone. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, that concludes our public hearings. We had a lot of good discussion. So now we have the director's report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try to keep it relatively brief so we can get out of here tonight. Just want to start, as I often do, by thanking and congratulating the Planning Commission. Another great hearing tonight. As the chair just said, you got through a lot of items, 6 items, some of them policy items, some of them projects. So thank you again. I do want to echo the congratulations to Surrey. Well done. You know, first project that he's had to present in front of the Planning Commission. I think we're going to keep him as long as he'll decide to stay with us. So I'm really glad he's been doing a great job, and nice work, Saray.
His job safe.
Yeah. Speaking of jobs, I want to let you know that we're having building inspector interviews next Tuesday. Really excited about that. I've got, at this point, 6 incredibly qualified candidates. So I think we're going to come away with a really good building inspector. So that's going to round out my building department. I'll have a building official in Jamel Laurie, who was recently promoted from that building inspector position, and a building inspector. So that's going to help speed up our building plan review. We're not going to have to send as much stuff out to consultants because it's going to be a 2-person department like it's supposed to be. And on top of that, we have an associate planner recruitment that's open right now. It's been out for about a week. That's our long-range planner that was approved by the city council. So this person will be focused mostly on doing those long-range planning sort of tasks, things like ordinances, paid parking, master plans, things like that. So really excited to get that person in-house as well. So that recruitment closes in about 2.5 weeks. Update on projects, you may have heard, so the conservatory was on appeal. The city council recently, the city council did uphold the appeal, or grant the appeal, which essentially overturned the planning commission's decision. So the project was approved with the sound lock on the exterior of the building. Like I said, you probably already knew that, but I like to report back on projects that this commission has worked on. What else we have going on? Just update on our scanning project, where our property files will be on our GIS map. I hope next week that we'll have our first set of live parcels on our GIS map, where you can click on those parcels and find those historic property files from your pajamas at 11 o'clock at night with a bowl of ice cream. We are very, very, very excited about that. So if that all continues as planned, I'll show that to you at the February meeting so you can see how it works. Really excited to demo that for you. Also in February, pretty exciting, we're going to be taking a contract to City Council. I alluded to this earlier, to get Winter and Company under contract to help us with our design guidelines and zoning code update, because that's a project we're going to embark on here in the next month or so. Once I get that contract approved in February, we will move forward with that and start doing scoping with Winter and company, and then shortly after that begin the public outreach meetings. So we're very excited about that process. I think it's going to be great. And then the last bit of news that I have for you is somewhat bittersweet news. Margie Parati, who's been wonderful here in our office, and basically does everything and helps us with everything and knows everything. She's leaving us, but she's not leaving the city. So Margie will be returning to her former position in the community activities world, managing and running all of those great activities that people love here in the city, the things like home crafters and all the parades and events in the parks. So we're really sad to see her leaving our department, but we're really happy for her because it's something it's an exciting job and a great opportunity for her. So we're going to be working on getting that position filled as quickly as possible. We have her with us until the end of January, but I wanted to give one opportunity just for everyone to say thanks and goodbye, because we probably won't see her again for a little while unless she makes a guest appearance here at our planning commission. So that's the last update that I have for you. Just to say thanks, Margie. Yeah, thank you for jumping on there and give a little wave to everybody.
I'm just glad she's not leaving the city, because she's a great employee. She's been here a long time. She's got a lot of cultural knowledge of this place, and it would be really sad to lose her as an asset for the city. And I'm sad enough she's not going to be at our meetings, because she's been great, but at least she's not leaving.
Absolutely. And that's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, everyone. A lot of good discussion tonight, as usual. I'm always impressed with this commission and appreciate it, so enjoy it. So with that, we are adjourned.
Good job, Saray.
Yeah.
I meant to
Great
say
job,
that
Saray.
when I was talking, but I totally spaced it. So
Yeah.
Still counts, even though we're adjourned.
Thank you. Thumbs up, and I'm glad to hear your job's safe.
all right, see you all.
Good night,
Happy New
everyone.
Year.
Night. Happy New Year.